Capricorn, Capricorn. Now that microphone be doing Depadorn. Free rent. Got it? What?
Myself to find every cave and shit like that, right? Like, you could just apply this mentality to the DLC.
The more you realize how frequently assets are recycled to give the illusion of depth, the uniqueness begins to fade into tedium when you go the completionist route. I point again to Golden Seeds as evidence the devs understood this. Another example is only needing to slay 2 demigods to access the capital city. It's not that they don't think it's worth killing every demigod, but they realize the average player isn't going to find them all. So they chose not to leave you progression locked against more obscure lords like Rickard. I don't understand why this logic changed for the DLC. Doing my 10th lap around the Shadow Realm and the
I don't see how just because of the Shadow Tree blessings existing that like you can't explore the same way from the DLC compared to the base game. The Golden Seeds having more than necessary to max out. Shadow Tree blessings you don't have to max out. That is the completionist route. That is completely optional. The DLC you only have to fight 3 bosses total, so like it's even more so like that. Also, hold on.
This system is communicated.
How poorly it's communicated. What does that mean?
What up,
I
Frank?
keep hearkening back to Margit's Stonewall of Newbies, encouraging you to explore and progress. If he deals too much damage to you, you can immediately see tangible benefit in leveling vigor. Your HP bar is larger, your margin of error increases. Same is true for damage. You upgrade a weapon and it receives a nice plus X next to it, signifying the attack increase. While the offensive and defensive benefits from blessings have the same effect, it's much less intuitive. You only get a golden highlight over your existing stats. Your
Yeah, look,
HP
your
bar
numbers are
doesn't
higher.
change, there's no upgrade to your weapon, you just trust the game that you're now dealing more and taking less damage.
So is it like no one can understand how armor works or things that don't like that just boost your damage negation and not your health bar? Like no one knows what armor does either. The Shadow Tree blessing bolsters the recipient's abilities to deal and negate damage, but has no influence outside of the realm of shadow. This explicit pop-up
There you
that
go.
pauses your game and tells you how it works the second you pick one up. It's not communicated well enough, unlike in Dark Souls 1, where they went out of their way to explain everything to you, right? 90% of these players don't read. True, that's my bad. Am I high? Like, what the fuck?
Why not extend the upgrade level of your weapon for each blessing? Why not add increases to your HP bar? This would be more obvious ways of communicating the importance of the system in a way the player already understands.
They don't understand how to read, I guess. I can't read. Just give me numbers. And your numbers get all gold and everything, right? And it's pretty noticeable. Once you level up 1 to 2 levels, you're like, wow, this is a huge difference in this boss fight.
They did at least update the system during the production of this video, increasing the upfront value of the first 10 blessings, while pacing for the final 10 more modestly. This is a good change. It puts less pressure on you and
I don't actually like that change personally because like I said, in less than 40 hours, I was at blessing level 19 while going out of my way to not try to explore too hard. I see a point of interest, I go to it, that's it. I don't fucking hug the walls, I look for caves, I didn't do anything like that. And I got to blessing level 19 under 40 hours. And I did not like how strong I was at blessing level 10. I was fucking way too strong. I could survive like 6 hits from Olana, even Mesmer, like all the bosses, even Radon. I could take like 5 or 6 hits without dying, which is like crazy. I'm like, this is like feeling like DS3 now. Like, this is kind of crazy. I'm just surviving everything. There's so many times with like Mesmer and shit and Gaius where I would eat an entire boss's combo, full ass combo, and not die. I'm like, that is just kind of ridiculous. The balance change is interesting because it further reduces that completionist mentality of you don't need to get to blessing level 20. I found that it's pretty easy to get to blessing level 20. Without having to go too hard on exploring. And I didn't like how strong I was in the early game with the blessing fragments, especially considering that you can hit the soft cap without killing a single boss. So I actually didn't like that change as much.
I think a better update would be to lower the total blessings you need to cap. Make
Hello,
it so the first
Susanna.
10 levels only require 1, 11 through 15 require 2, and 16 through 20 require 3.
If you just did like Gravesite Plane and like Belurat, you would be like blessing level like 9 or some shit for Rolana. You would smoke her. Wouldn't even be close. There's like 2 in the church right beside the spawn of the game, plus that pot guy. That's like level 3 before you even do anything in the game. I don't think this is a good change at all. And like I said, I personally don't like the balance change that they made to it, but I see the value in it. Personally, I didn't like it. I felt it made me too strong in the early game, especially for post endgame content. Because like I was tanking way more shit than I was ever tanking with the endgame base game bosses like Moog and Melania and that shit. I was dying way more to them than like the DLC bosses. I was surviving like twice as much damage.
This works so well because Sekiro has light progression locks that insist you get a certain level of attack power before progressing. Elden Ring sacrifices this strictness.
Yeah, Sekiro is way more linear because like you can't just go and farm in Sekiro, right? Like you have to grind the bosses out in that game, and that's what people did not like about that game. Only when you get to Ashina Castle does it open up and can you like find a bunch of prayer beads, but like a lot of times you're locked out of that, and then also like the early game you're locked behind Blazing Bull and Chained Ogre. Like good luck with that shit, right?
Part 4. Combos. Combos everywhere. Unlike Shadow Fragments, these combos go to infinity and
Holy
beyond.
fuck, look at his
It's the
damage.
same crap we saw in the base game on steroids. Somewhere along the way, FromSoft decided to patch out your turn. Gone is the ebb and flow style of...
Can't be telling me that when you're showing Mesmer footage though. Like Mesmer is very traditional. He has very long end lag on all his combos. There is very clear ends to his combos. And on top of him having like all these mid-string combos with strafing and jumping, you could just never attack once in the middle of his combos and you would always get a punish window at the end of everything he does. And you cannot fucking show Nameless King. Yeah, this fucker that holds his follow-ups all the time. Ugh.
Most of the time, you're forced to settle for tiny gaps, sneaking in a single measly attack.
Oh, bro, Midra is so easy. He only like does 2 attacks and then you get to like fully charged R2 him like every time. You can like jump everything he does and jumping attack him.
That's if you evade everything preceding it, otherwise that's now a healing window. Losing damage openings for recovery extends the fight duration, increasing the likelihood you'll make more mistakes. This creates a loop of getting hit, healing, rinse and repeat until death arrives. You are of course expected
That is the combat loop, yes, that has always existed.
to learn from your mistakes and overcome them in subsequent attempts.
Yep.
Due to the razor-thin
That's
error
how these
margins,
games
though,
work.
this process is more daunting than ever. While I've praised FromSoft for this MO and the
I mean, he just like ate like most of a boss combo, panic rolled it all, and then fucking he still was alive, you know? Like he didn't just die instantly because he fucked up like 3 times in a row there. Ludwig does no damage. This boss you can literally stun lock to death because limb splitting is so broken in Bloodborne.
The first phase is tough, but allows you to find those minuscule windows and come out on top. It even becomes a satisfying loop after learning.
I wouldn't call them minuscule windows if you can get like a jumping R2 or like a fully charged R2. Stop rolling backwards. GG, literally.
And supercharged attacks that feel anything but fair. This is an unprecedented level of bullshittery that we've never seen across 7 games. Radahn's second phase is the product of cheap difficulty escalated to the extreme. I'm not just claiming it with no evidence either. I brought the receipts. There were a lot of early reviews comparing the final boss to another phenom of aggression.
I don't find him that ridiculous. He is definitely very hard, but like all you have to do is roll left and then that's it. Like he has like a handful of new attacks in phase 2.
Wow, man, freaked out.
Phase 2 like makes you better at phase 1. Phase 1 he doesn't do that much damage. It's pure physical, so you can just like learn him. You can learn basically 80% of the Radahn fight in phase 1, right? Yeah, the problem with Radahn is you can't. His tracking is insane, so like you can't really strafe or like jump anything, which kind of feels out of place for an Elden Ring boss. And like you just have him be like the ultimate like positional rolling boss. It's kind of like kind of one note. Starscourge Radahn is fucking awesome. The problem with Radahn and like Mesmer is that they get easier in phase 2, like Starscourge Radahn. They become very cinematic, and I love that. But fuck, like, then it becomes such an easy fight after that.
Ishin the Sword Saint. There's no shot an Elden Ring boss would have more demanding attack uptime than Sekiro, right? I viewed their second phases and totaled up how many times they attacked in the first 30 seconds and noted how long the animations were from wind up start to hitbox end.
The first 30 seconds? Is he talking about Ishin phase 1 or 2 then?
Ishin clocked in at a whopping 14 attacks over 30 seconds. Yet the deflect system and minor breathers in between attacks notched only 43% attack uptime. He's fast and punishing when he's on the offensive, but leaves fair opportunity for the player to attack, heal, reposition, and counter during uptime via the deflect system.
But yeah, the deflect system allows you to interrupt his combos, right?
For Radahn, if you include the Holy After Effects as their own attack, which you should,
Pablo, you were just
Thank you.
out.
they are separate, delayed hitboxes, the
What are you
Consort of
doing?
Death unleashes 30...
Okay, but like, it's the same thing where when a boss swings their sword twice, but you just dodge
What are
it with
you
one
doing? You were
roll.
just
because
out.
It's like the timing for one roll. Like, you don't have to dodge his sword and then the light
quit
beams.
this
You
shit,
just have to
man.
roll not backwards. That's it. My favorite, random numbers with no underlying system.
3 attacks over 30
Some bosses stagger, yeah, which is why I like my poise shit. But you can't stagger. I mean, you can posture break him, but you're not interrupting the middle of his combo by doing an Uggs poke on him, right?
seconds with 90% uptime. To put that in perspective, Ishin leaves 34 seconds per minute for you
Hello,
to
Mad
breathe,
Jeff.
while Radahn gives you 6. All the while putting out over double the number of attacks, more than 1 per second. Radahn attacks more often, with longer animations.
The pace of Elden Ring is faster, right? So like the boss attacks more frequently, but because of that, you get more frequent punish windows. And like I said, with the endurance system in this game, you never have to stop and back off and just sit in like this neutral phase with the boss. You have enough stamina
Happy
regen
birthday.
to attack and dodge and just keep doing that infinitely. Very underrated, the endurance regen. Like, no one really wonders, like, how is it possible that I'm able to fight Radahn without ever stopping? And it's because of the endurance regen, because it's really good in this game.
All with less fluid defensive options due to mediocre combat speed for the player by comparison. Looking at other bosses,
Is he saying that, like, the player character is slower than in Sekiro? I mean, you get, like, instant iframes and shit. You could be, and, like, if you just use a fast weapon, you could be pretty damn fast, too.
across the series against the DLC, you can see how the games have slowly closed this attack uptime gap. The only exceptions are Bloodborne and Sekiro, the games most heralded for their unique combat that shirk the trend of FromSoft's arm racing against Souls players getting good. It's not that these two games don't have bosses that attack frequently, it's that they give players the tools to succeed against them. You have more accessible counters and gun parries and deflections. You have stack.
Yeah, you can parry and have HP regen, like from Bloodborne in Elden Ring.
Formation attacks and
Yo, what's up, buddy?
stun, fill gaps, and increase your
What's
range.
going on?
And both reward your
Chilling,
performance
vibing,
through increased
just
pop.
got through the door and ate food and did everything.
Okay.
All right, I should be good to go to do the show now. So, my apologies. Somebody in my house wanted to go do something wild.
Okay.
Completely my fault. Somebody in this house was like, "Oh, you're gonna go do something with me," and I'm like, I gotta be somewhere." And they're like, "No, no, no, you're gonna do it." And I'm like, "Oh, great. All right, you're right."
Thank you, Maja.
Let's see here.
Get the coffee down. Get the coffee down. I was going to ask you, you think Rev Roberts could join us for this?
That's up to you.
Yeah, I think he'd be perfect for it.
They will also. Here, I'll also send this to you. And there's for the backdrop.
What happened?
the show.
I don't know how to use.
guess
I don't
it's-
know how to use that in background where you make that into a picture or something.
One more time.
How do I make that into a backdrop?
There should be something on Restream or StreamYard or something like that to where you can put it in the background.
Oh, okay. You want me to you want me to set up Restream?
Well, which one are we doing? I mean, I thought we were doing Restream, so I'm.
That's fine.
We could do if you're already set up, we could do it this way too. I have no issues with that, and I could just stream it straight to the channel either way, so it's fine either way.
Well, it's up to you. I mean, we could do it in Discord. We could go in a private room if you want, and if we bring in.
Yeah, we could do that.
Drag 'em in.
I'm fine with whatever. If you want to do that, I'm cool with that. I could just get my Streamlabs OBS open, and what I could do is I
let me
could
go let
just
the
stream
dog
it.
in because I didn't know what time you were coming in. So let me go.
Yeah,
take
my
care of that.
bad. Somebody needed to go take care of some property stuff, so it was my fault.
Reverend, if you want to come in, come on in.
Oh, why is Discord doing that? No, I don't need you to hide personal information. Equals username. Why do you do that? And then what I'll have to do is I'll have to pop out.
What'd you
I'll have
say?
to do what I'll have to do what local. I'll have to do what Local Live does. Put the backdrop and then pop out Discord and have our cameras on.
I mean, we can go on Restream if you want to. It's not a problem.
Oh no! If you're already set up, it's all good with me. It's either way. I don't care.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't care either way. I was just making fun of Local Live for a second because that's what they do.
Yeah, yeah. No, I get it.
They get it on Discord and then they have to pop the thing out. But then I noticed he is doing. I noticed they're doing Zoom now, something like that. They're starting to do Zoom again, or one of them.
I wonder why.
I don't know. I just picked up on they're using StreamYard or one of them now. It's easier. That's why I noticed with them that the reason they do it.
I put sorry. bro,
Keemstar
I
doesn't.
You see what I did, right?
Yeah, I did. I saw. Keemstar doesn't want to fight the whole idea of technology. But you told me he's not much of a technology guy.
Who?
Keemstar.
He didn't know how to set up a StreamYard for Medicare. I didn't
You
know
were
how to
telling-
set up a StreamYard.
You were telling me this, and you were kind of baffled that he couldn't do it.
Now, let me ask you this. How did they do it in the middle of a stream where they were already on Discord? Did they just...
So what they did was they went
I mean, they didn't hit go live on their StreamYard, did they? Or did they? And they just somehow... Because there was no dead air. It wasn't like they had to stop the stream and redo it.
No, because you can hit go live. If you put your stream key in, you can just hit go live and it'll just repop you back up. Yeah, it takes like you'll see like a screen or what they did was they put a Be Right Back on it, and then they put up whatever the intro or outro they had, and then they just switched services real quick, and it didn't stop the stream because it's delayed. That's why their stream is delayed. I noticed that their Local Live is delayed by a lot on purpose. I noticed that you could set a delay, and so if anything goes wrong, they could switch and you wouldn't even know because it's so delayed. It's kind of like what Ninja does with his stream so he doesn't get stream sniped. It's actually pretty smart. That is actually really pretty smart. I just don't have enough of an audience for somebody to do that to me. Yes, I 60. That's the only thing I don't like about Streamlabs is it doesn't bring your settings over. It brings everything else over. No complaints.
I got that background on. I just can't tell what it is.
Oh, it has the podcast logo on two sides.
I see that.
And then in the red, it's somebody holding a controller. That's what that is. Supposed to be.
Yeah, if you see my stream right now, you can see it just looks red. Can't really tell what it is. Pablo, you get a grip around here?
It's supposed to be somebody. It's supposed to be somebody holding a controller. That's why.
Get out of here. Get out of here.
It's supposed to be something like in red. It's supposed to be a demon thing.
Get out of here. Get out.
When I made it, I didn't think twice.
Get out. Pablo, go lay down. Go lay.
Give me just a second then. To make it even better.
Go to the goddamn environment. Come on, you dumbass. Go lay down. Pop, go lay down. Free rent.
By the way, speaking of sports, they did that 3-on-3 thing today on the Olympics, which is pretty cool. Take this.
Well, hello.
What up?
What y'all doing?
Chilling, vibing.
I don't know. I think Rev's us to set something up at the moment.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get everything working properly. That's why on my side, so we can actually be live on the channel. Here's the other, real quick. Hold on a sec.
So what's the topic?
We had a whole bunch of topics. We got like more than just one.
Mm-hmm.
Second, and then I'll send this to Pesci. Here's the other one that I had. So here, I'll show you. Here's the other one. Here's the other one.
Here we go again.
Hopefully that one looks better. That was my second one.
Here we go again.
We got a lot of topics. We're going to probably talk about, most likely, we're going to talk about Boogie. We're probably going to talk about Dr. Disrespect probably, and Mr. Beast, and we're gonna probably talk some AEW stuff most likely, and probably we're gonna talk Olympics if you haven't. Well, I mean, if you've been watching it, not watching it, it's been pretty good.
Do you know who Boogie is, Reverend?
Huh?
Boogie's the YouTuber that faked cancer recently.
Oh. I know Boogie.
Boogie's a big gaming YouTube channel.
I wouldn't even say he got famous because of gaming. He got famous because he was one of the first people to fuck with YouTube, literally. And he made videos of him. He's a heavyset guy, so he'd make videos of him like doing rants or eating shit or doing just stuff that fat guys would do, and fucking. That's how he got his YouTube fame, pretty much.
Yeah,
he wasn't really a gamer. He kind of just adapted gaming. He's played games.
Well, he did the Francis thing first.
Yeah. He's just one of the first YouTubers. Legit,
yeah.
You know.
It was him, and I believe DSP, and it was him, DSP, Angry Video Game Nerd, I think it was too. If I remember right, back then, 2009. Somewhere around there.
I wish we could show Reverend a couple clips from Locale so he'd have an idea how Boogie got spun on.
Go for it. I'm going to do this real quick. So my face is being shown.
Oh, you do your thing, brother. I'm just gonna be sitting back here just popping in every once in a while if there's something I know.
Thank you, LV. Frank said if you ask Bolin, he was the first fat guy to do that.
Oh, that's why.
Reverend, so that guy Boogie that faked cancer, what are your thoughts on a YouTuber faking cancer?
Are you talking to me or him?
Yeah, I was talking to you.
Oh, me? Anybody who fakes cancer is a piece of shit. People, that's a serious thing.
So let me tell you what this guy did, Rev. This is crazy, right? So look, the small story, he was involved in a crypto scam, right? Where he was begging people for money in a way, getting his fans to give him money, kind of like a Bolin, but on a much larger scale. And they started giving him money. When he eventually got called out for the crypto scam down the line, he tried to tell people that the only reason why he was scamming them on crypto was because he needed money to pay for his doctor bills and his cancer treatments. Now, he made a video a couple of years back saying he had a cancer. I forgot the name of it. But it turned out last week on a podcast, these guys had information that they wanted to confront him with, saying that he didn't have cancer. So to find out he didn't have the cancer, and he was lying about it, and one of the punishments they gave him, I mean, a lot of people wanted him off air, but one of the punishments the guys gave him to stay on stream, because the guy's just a broke beggar now, and he would have did anything to stay on that podcast to make money. They had him tattoo liar on his face. So he had to get a tattoo of liar on his face in front of 24,000 people. Now, a lot of people are still mad that they brought him back on the show. I thought they should have kept him off. But Keemstar, who loves the drama content, thinks that he needs Boogie on there for whatever reason. And the guy's not even that entertaining, Boogie. He really isn't. They needed DSP for that show, but they couldn't get him. He turned down $50,000.
Yeah, he did.
And Wings of Redemption's only so talented. He's not like he can't carry a whole show. And now supposedly Keemstar's gone, so that'll be interesting how they do that.
Okay, so this is the best it's gonna get. I'm just working on it on Streamlabs, so don't mind me. I just put it together, so it's gonna look as decent as it's gonna get with the. It's gonna have a nice backdrop though. It's gonna be nice looking, and it's gonna say on air, just like you have it on stream there. It's gonna look real nice.
So basically, he got caught in a crypto scam, and then he got caught faking cancer to try to make people feel less shitty about the crypto scam.
He also did a crypto called Fatty that didn't go very well. He literally took money in and then dumped it and took it for himself and didn't give it back to the people that he scammed. Hardcore in the paint.
Yeah, I didn't want to say that to Reverend Fred because I didn't think he would get it. Boogie claimed to have this polycythemia vera. It's a type of blood
Polycythemia
cancer.
vera, it's basically when your red blood... Let me give it to Reverend like this. It's basically in the ballpark of cancer, technically. It's red blood cells attacking your own shit. And it leads into, like, it can go into colon cancer and a bunch of other stuff. What Boogie did was, his doctor told him one thing, he ran with it, went home, went on Googled, I got a polycythemia vera, and then he assumed that it was cancer. And then he went in... Go ahead.
If I was Keemstar, I would have had to have heard Keemstar's reason. He probably had a reasoning behind the scenes on why he didn't fire him after that. Because he's like, well, the point of Locale Live is to punish these guys when they do fucked up shit.
Right.
But at the same time, that's a very scumbaggish thing to do. That's a little bit low. And I would have, the way that you punish Boogie would have been firing him from the fucking show. So I guess they claimed the liar tattoo was enough to make up for it.
Well, you gotta understand, I've been telling you, it's like wrestling. They gotta keep milking the shit until they can't milk it no more.
No,
because
and
they're
he
getting the
admitted that,
crowd.
but that's why I'm surprised he's taking himself off air, Akeem. He said, I'm going
Right.
off air now. Tommy C comes back in. It'll be interesting. I'm surprised. And this guy also, Rev, is a 50-year-old man who's with a 21-year-old.
Yeah. Basically.
And
Good
boy,
for
does
him.
she look young. Wasn't there drama with Boogie's wife as well, says Frank? Yeah, a long time ago. He's not married anymore. But yeah, there was a story there. He did a whole documentary, a Mike Klum documentary, how he spent most of his fortune on prostitutes because of his YouTube fame. And he's like a big
Wow.
guy. I think he's what, 400 pounds? Is it 300 or 400?
Boogie's
I
like, Boogie's for a buck 450.
They should have made him lose like 100 pounds. That's why it's funny that he was the only guy that gained weight on fighting cancer. I love when Keemstar at the end of that show after he got caught lying. What's funny was Rev when he got caught lying about it, he tried to keep going like he wasn't lying about it until they really had him in the fucking corner. And he was just looking like an imbecile.
Well, I looked up a picture of him. It doesn't look like me, so.
Oh, yeah, you checked it out? Yeah, you'll have to, I'll have to get you hip to that podcast that they do. It's can be interesting at times. At least that week it was.
Yeah.
And they're different than like shows we know, meaning you could go in there and troll them for that. You don't get blocked for trolling in there. That's the whole point of the show. That you call out these guys. There's probably certain shit you can't play. But for the most part, he had, Keem made him read the donations. And usually all the donations were like shitting on the guy. So the guy had to read bad things about him. Kenny should do something like that. He'd probably make a fortune. But they only make him read the donations that are $20 and up. I think he should have had to have read them all. Keemstar acted like the tattooing liar on your face was enough punishment to bring him back on YouTube. I mean, he could go live on his channel and shit like that. It's like his channel is down. It's just no one's going to watch it. He doesn't really do normal good content on his show. He has to be on the circus show to get watched nowadays.
Now, do you know who Mr. Beast is, Reverend?
Oh yeah.
Okay, cool.
I didn't
What
realize
did
he
he
had
do?
300 million followers. $300 million followers.
What did Mr. Beast do?
I did watch a video today. I don't know how much truth there is behind it, but it was like showing you somebody who worked for Mr. Beast claims he's a fraud, and the way he does a lot of the things that he makes the millions of dollars on, he doesn't do, or he was selling fake signatures, or when they give out 10 iPhones, he knows where they're going, or some shit like that, or the video I watched had 4 million views, so it wasn't like some kid in a basement. He got Mr. Beast views. I've never really watched many of his videos, but basically, was he friends with a trans guy that was talking to younger?
Yeah, so he hit one of his editors of his videos was trans, yes. That he hired on, and he didn't vet this person, and when you go to find out, the person is literally a whack job, basically.
What did he get accused of doing?
Doing the same stuff Dr. Disrespected, basically, but they have proof.
A little
on this
bit
person.
heavier, though. He was in
little bit
person
heavier.
with some of these people, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Dr. Disrespect, Reverend, the guy that I was giant fans of. Like I said, I forgive the guy. A lot of people may not. I don't. I'm not going to hold a grudge forever. But Dr. Disrespect admitted why he got kicked off of Twitch 4 years, or like whatever it was, 7 years ago, however long. No one ever knew. And it was like a big secret. And the secret was he was texting a minor in inappropriate ways. And he hasn't gone live since making that announcement. And a lot of sponsors, actually every one of his sponsors, except for G Fuel, I don't know, pretty much dropped him. And he can't make money on YouTube. He could go on YouTube, but I think they took away his monetization or whatever. And that was just for sexting a minor 7 years ago.
Yes.
I'm not saying that's appropriate, but I didn't think it would be the end of them.
All right, we should be live on the channel. So here we go.
Yeah, if you want to put the link to that one in the, so people have that,
Yeah, I got you.
and I'll pin it.
Yeah, we're live. What's up, everybody? Give me just a second. I will definitely throw that in Pesci's chat. Give me just a second on appearance so I can see chat on the other side.
This channel I'm pinning in the chat, if you guys can, Reverend 2, give it a follow. It's like a side channel where we would just be talking about stuff like this.
Guys, we are live.
I might use certain clips and throw them up on my channel just so people could get directed to it. Wasn't there?
I got it right here. Here you go. There you go. Sure, I got Discord on my stuff. Okay, we do. All right, what's up, guys? What's up, everybody? First episode of Splitting the Sauce, something that Pesci and I have been talking for, what, about a year now?
How come you went with splitting and not spilling?
When I typed it out, I thought it was splitting at the time. When I did it, I thought it was splitting. My bad.
I don't understand what splitting the sauce means. Like spilling?
Splitting the sauce. Splitting the sauce is basically like how you would split your food and stuff. You know what I mean? When you split the Italian, it's like a splitting Italian dish technique.
BC said, "Is that the damn bedroom streamer?"
Bedroom streamer. Yeah, it is. Hello. Yes. Yes, with an American flag in the background. Yeah. America.
So, okay, so Ava Chris Tyson, is that what we're talking about?
Yep.
Yeah, let me introduce the show real quick. Guys, slitting the sauce, spilling the sauce. I'll fix that. I could change the title of everything. It's no biggie.
I think it makes
Splitting
more
the
sense that way, spilling. Someone even said the same thing to me. I was like, the first
I can
one
fix that.
Mitch said was spilling.
Gotcha. I misheard that. I misread that when I did. My bad. We'll fix it. Splitting the sauce, episode 1, or spilling the sauce. Sorry, episode 1. Welcome in, everybody. It's been a journey to get here. It's been a year. Me and Petchy have been talking back and forth for about a year now about it, and here we are. Here we are doing the things for it. We're going to be talking about a lot of different things, from wrestling to shows to sports, you name it. We're going to be covering it outside of politics and religion. We got a lot of stuff to talk about tonight because Pesci and I have been going back and forth for the past 2 to 3 days now, talking about Boogie, talking about Keemstar, and talking about Chris Titus, and talking about Mr. Beast, and we've also been talking a little bit about AEW and a mix of things, so it's going to be fun. And so, welcome in.
Well, speaking of AEW,
Everybody.
did they announce the TV deal yet, or any?
No, that is still in a handshake deal. That's still handshake deal. Right now, Warner Discovery is fighting over, at the moment, they're fighting over NBA TV rights. NBA TV rights, that's the thing.
Somebody wants to know, will AEW have a streaming part for Dynamite and be on cable, or will it be one or the other?
It's going to be on, they're going to keep it on TNT and whatnot. The pay-per-views, so like the pay-per-views and everything will be on the Max app. Same with Ring of Honor. So Ring of Honor per week will start being on the Max app. They did say that. Part of this. They're going to give it more attention. It's going to be on the Max app next to pay-per-views. So like All In and all that will be on will be on the Max app. Not right now, probably next year. But everything right now, if there's screenshots out. So if you go to the France version of HBO Max in France and you go and look, all of AEW stuff is now on the Max app over there. Currently. So you can get it over
say
there.
all, what do you mean all? All what?
Episodes, pay-per-views, you name it. It's all over there. Their whole tape library is on.
Oh, they just
HBO
released
Max.
the whole thing like that?
Yep. When the deal gets finalized here, everything will be on the Max app. It'll be an AEW section. So if you have the Max app, you'll literally get set up that way. So, and it looks like the figures coming in, the rumored figures for AEW, it looks to be 800 million they're looking at getting. 700, 800 million. Not the exact numbers that everybody's looking at them for.
That's still better than I would have thought.
And then the other speculation behind it is from reports this is coming from Business Insiders, the website. They were saying that AEW, they may pay more to get AEW because they won't have the NBA rights anymore. They may pay extra just as,
Right.
And
What was that?
it's easy to say, point at AEW's viewer number and say, oh, that's how many people are watching them. It's not even close because I think there's probably 500,000 people watching that show, not on cable. Maybe a little
Right.
lower, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's 500,000.
Oh. I don't see why, like, I mean, the ratings are low, so why would they pay more for less like for less popularity? I don't.
Because in AEW, or in cable, not AEW, in cable right now,
Yeah.
even the best shows are going down in numbers. So these cable places, they think it's just a part of the times. They're not even thinking AEW's losing viewership because they're losing viewership. All the top shows, I heard Meltzer talk about this. All the top shows on TBS have gone down a percentage in viewers since last year. AEW isn't the only show that went down. Now, the other shows that went down are kind of repeated shit, though. AEW's live, so you think they would be higher than a repeat of The Big Bang or something like that.
So, like I was telling yesterday when Pesci was guesting on my Raw review, we were talking about this in depth yesterday. They had a Business Insider on Busted Open Radio, and they were going into depth about this, and I was telling Pesci, views don't matter anymore. According to these big execs, views do not matter because about 30% of that is not being counted. And they're also stating that Warner Brothers Discovery is happy with their receiving. Because
basketball wasn't even giving them millions per game. It's like 1.5 or something on regular season games, or maybe 2.
So from doing the research and understanding from my understanding, and this is me, and you guys can correct me, the way Warner Discovery sees it, they're getting their return on investment on ads. That's the way they see it. And them losing the NBA, they're going to pay extra because I have no idea why they want to pay extra. I just don't see why you would pay extra.
I think they're paying extra because they think they're going to keep that 800,000, and if they can keep 800,000, it's worth it to them.
You know, so they're not going to spend the $3 billion or whatever for the NBA rights, but thinking that they would give that money to AEW is like, you know, like I heard Cornette say, it's like, you know, you had the best prostitute on Bill Street, and she wants to charge $2,500, but she's busy, so you go give that $2,500 to a $5 toothless crack whore down the street. Like, why would you do that for? If you know, it's like, but no, I mean, ad revenue is only going to come with viewership. That's the thing. Like, they're not going to pay $1 billion. Domino's isn't going to pay $1 billion to TBS if only 75 people are watching. That's just bad business. That's bad math.
I mean, I don't know. Like my whole see, this is my whole thing. Okay, this is my thought on the matter. A few weeks ago, whenever they had Black Panther on instead of The Big Bang Theory, AEW did 500,000 viewers. That's consistently around what the same as Rampage and Collision are getting, somewhere around that 400,000 to 500,000 views. So I'm under the impression that that AEW is getting, you know, has a consistent fan base, probably who watches the show regularly.
I got a job for you,
500,000.
Reverend. You should see if you could. You should see if you could look up Big Bang Theory's rating on Wednesday and see what number they get.
Now, I will tell you guys, I'll be fixing the banners and everything after the show's over. I did change the name and got everything fixed. Just to let you guys know, when you listen to everything right now, currently that you guys are hearing about in the news, take that with a grain of salt. I'm going by what reports are saying, and the reports could be wrong. The numbers could be different the time they get said and done with this handshake deal. They're both in France right now. Currently, Tony Khan is supposedly in France with Dave Zaslav and who's the NBA guy? Adam Silver. And what happened was during the deal when they were in France, I guess, during the weekend, during the open ceremonies 5 days ago, Adam Silver turned around to Warner Brothers Discovery and said deal is off the table to them. Literally, they just said off the table. That C tier was meant for Amazon. It was not meant for Warner Discovery. Warner Discovery matched at, I believe, almost $2 billion to Amazon, and Adam Silver turned around and denied or declined their offer and said thank you for being at the table, basically. and Warner Discovery basically said they're going to take the NBA to court over the proceedings, according to Yahoo Sports. And I'm like, well, Amazon, I just don't see Warner Discovery's keeping it because Amazon on the other side of it has more viewership. You were even telling me you would watch games on Amazon over
yeah, I would.
over
Because that way
going to
I'd be
Warner
able to share
Discovery.
them with Reverend and them.
Yes.
If you have a Prime membership, Amazon's free.
Yes.
So it's
Yeah.
it's $100. No, it's $100 a year.
Yeah, I know.
So nobody wants to pay $78 a month for cable anymore.
No, it's
Well, what's happening is Warner Discovery. There's no incentivizing when you are. It made sense what I was listening to when I was listening to it on YouTube from Busted Open when they were saying the Business Insider said, think about it this way about Amazon. The reason they're going so hard in the paint to have the NBA C tier or it was made for them. The NBA interactively, when you're on, let's say you're watching Thursday Night Football, right? You have the free package, Amazon Prime, you get it included, or if you have a food card, you get it $5 cheaper, whatever.
So you know what I heard, Rev Sauce? Tell me if you're hip to Stream East, right?
Yes.
They have a paid version?
Of what?
Someone says they have a paid version of Stream East to where I could get the games unbuffering and all that shit.
I do not know that. I do not know the third-party stuff like that.
Gotcha.
I have all the streaming apps. I pay for it, so like, I'm terrible. I pay for it.
No, some shit.
part of the
I'm talking
problem.
about this was something where you get every game and shit.
Oh, supposedly I don't know. Supposedly there's this app coming in the fall from Fox, Amazon, all of them. They're partnering together, and you get to watch all the streaming stuff on one app, all the sports stuff on one app, for like $100 a year or something like that.
I
They're
got the
working on
Zuz
it.
TV. Zuz TV is what I'm going to be watching football on this year. It's $100 for the year, and you get all the TNT, ABC. You should check that out, Rev. Zuz TV. And we'd be
Zuz
able to
TV's
watch
up
all
there.
the football games.
I mean, speaking of what
you
I
have
was saying about Amazon.
ESPN, you have ESPN, you have everything. Fox Sports 1, $100 for the year.
Speaking of, if you guys are, the reason why the NBA is going with Amazon, think about it in this way. When you watch Thursday Night Football, what are they throwing at you in interactive mode? Jerseys. You can click and buy a jersey. You can click, do this. That's why
And
the
they're hitting
NBA
you with
wants
some
to go.
Amazon shows here and there that you would have
Yep.
never knew about.
Yep.
Because not
That's
all football
why-
players would have ever clicked on Amazon if they didn't have to get football. Football, like I always say, football watchers have to find a way to watch football. It's the only reason why I have Zuz TV, is so I can watch football. I didn't get that because so I could watch Raw. No, it was for football.
That makes sense. But speaking of this AEW deal, I really hope it gets over with because I'm tired of the two sides fighting over it's gonna die or not die, or on Twitter they're all fighting over views and whatnot. I just want it to be over with. I just want them to sign and be done.
He would never. AEW would never die. It would be Tony Khan had to downsize. TNA didn't die, and Tony
No.
Khan's got quadruple, maybe even more the money than TNA ever had. So AEW won't ever die. He might not get Mercedes Monets or WWE guys, in years in the future when you're only in a 2,000 seat, arena. But they'll be around. He's got too much pride. He would never sell that company. He'd fold it up and put it in his back pocket so he would never have to give up the library. I'm willing to bet that.
He'd be running shows in his backyard.
Well, no, because he's a big time fan. Vince at the end of the day was always a businessman. He never liked wrestling the way Tony Khan did.
They would just go straight to YouTube. They would just do YouTube only if that was the case. They lost streaming.
Something like that, yeah.
I would think somebody would take a chance on them if they were that bad off. I think somebody would want to take a chance.
Yeah, they might go
on the
to a
streaming side.
sci-fi network, something like that. You never know.
because Disney's side company, Hulu on the side, their side company was looking into partnering up with AEW while this whole back and forth was going on with Warner Discovery. They got into the mix of it, and it was rumored and speculated that FSX wanted to get in on the action of AEW business. And I thought that was interesting. I didn't report about it on my channel, but the thing was, like, I just didn't feel comfortable reporting something that's like really heavily rumored, because you don't know if it's true or not.
I mean, let's not get this wrong. I think we're all in agreement that if Warner Brothers said, Tony Khan, we're going to give you $85 a month for AEW streaming, he'd probably take it just to stay on TV. I mean, because he doesn't need the money.
Well, to be fair, Reverend, he does. If he wants his company to be profitable, they need the TV deal. Because I bet you, if you were to ask Dave Meltzer, if AEW doesn't get a TV deal, can they afford people like Edge? I doubt it, and make money. They couldn't be profitable without it.
We talked about this before. I'd bet you like all the money I got in my pocket right now, which isn't very much, but I'd bet it to you. If we actually got to see the books, how much damn money Flex Bumper and the Khan Family Trust and all that shit is actually going into AEW to offset everything. I mean, his dad, that company, the car company makes like, I want to say it was like $500,000 a day or something like that. So there is an infinite supply of money that can just funnel into the company, and it's a private company, so no one's ever going to know about it. It's just like, well.
No, I know that's bullshit.
Well, here's
Yeah,
a
that's
fun,
another thing.
here's
able
a
to
fun
keep his
fact.
shit private, dude. That dude's loaded.
So here's the fun fact for you. So Scorpio Sky last night, and Pesci dropped his mouth when he heard this one. Somebody reported in my chat that Scorpio Sky's got a 5-year deal getting $3 million a year. And I turned around and I was just speechless. I was like, wait, what? $3 million a year? That's insane.
Well, they don't do nothing with him. You're giving a guy $3 million to fucking to say, where the fuck is he? Where's Scorpio Sky? He's doing just fine. He's making $3 million somewhere.
What was it? You were telling me yesterday that Cage has got an insane contract. You were telling me Tony Khan just threw him the book of money.
This is a guy that might have not even got hired by WWE, and he's getting $3 million a year. And if WWE did hire him, he would definitely be an NXT-er.
I mean, Tony would just have to be an absolute complete idiot if he thought that was. I mean, Jesus Christ! I don't even know who is that Scorpio Sky. I don't even know who that is.
That's what I'm saying.
He was with Ethan Page. He was the tag team partner.
No, and he was with somebody before that. He was with SCU. Reverend doesn't even know what SCU is.
SCU with Christopher Daniels and Frankie Kazarian.
They never, if that is true, I don't even, who knows?
He's making Moxley money and fucking, and damn Young Bucks money. There's no fucking way he's making that much. I mean, God almighty.
I'm going to go on a limb and say if Scorpio Sky's making $3 million a year, Tony Khan's fucked. And two, there has to be something wrong with that.
Moxley better be renegotiating.
Moxley's making $6 million a year.
No, but he better be.
I don't think it's $6 million. We looked into that. It's not $6 million. That's Brock Lesnar money. He's not making Brock money.
If
it
Moxley's
was like $6 million for like this many days, or something. But not a year.
If Scorpion Sky is making $3 million a year, fucking Moxley better say, I want $100 million a year, Tony.
That company would have trouble. You know what's sad is this? Even if they were booking him good, that company would have trouble making money paying him $3 million a year.
By the way, it's been structured out. John Moxley makes a year $3 to $6 million a year, and Jericho.
See, they say three to six. That makes more sense. He's not making
for a year for 4 years, and then Chris Jericho makes about $6 million a year, give or take.
How's that possible, though?
Well, look at WWE. They just re-signed. Who did they
I
just
thought
re-sign
Jericho
recently?
signed a 10-year deal for a lump sum amount of money.
I'm not hating on the guys. I hope they do well. I mean, congratulations.
We
I'm
need
just
to
like,
find out how we could get these actual numbers for these. Some
you
of these
won't.
numbers
They'll
gotta
never
be
work
off,
as
man.
a private company. They're only
John
going to
Moxley.
get.
So John Moxley's with AEW until 2027 with a. This is a article that breaks it down. He's getting paid. He's getting paid $6 million a year, grand total until 2027. That is a real
I
thing.
think Jericho's on some kind of deal for 10 years. That's what they said, and it's a nice amount of money. But $6 million would be 60 fucking million.
Finn Balor's making 2.5 a year to stay with WWE.
I believe that. That's believable.
Dom re-signed for 1.5 a year.
But WWE's making a fortune.
Yeah.
But you know what? Red Sauce, to be fair, think about this. Put this in your head. Dom at 1.5 or Scorpio Sky at 3 million. You're getting actually a lot of TV time for Dom.
Guys, go watch. I want to tell everybody a joke. If you want to see Scorpio Sky so bad, go to Lakers Nation on YouTube. You could see him all day, every day, talking Lakers news.
I don't really
It's
care.
depressing. It's depressing.
It's not the greatest thing for me, but there are a boatload of marks that love this whole Dom and Liv and Rhea cross triangle. There's people that love that shit. I'm not one of them. I don't really care. It's good for TV. It's better than what they were doing. That's what I always said. Is it better than what Liv was doing before? Sure. Because before, all she was doing was coming out and smiling, walking around the ring, and
Doing nothing.
not much.
A Selena Vega kind of character.
I was never really into Liv until this storyline. Like I said, of course, she always looked well. And they did that to Rhea Ripley, to be fair. When they first brought her to the main roster, her booking was maybe one of the most craziest things I've ever seen. They almost ruined her. They tried to put her with Nikki Ash, for Christ's sake.
Yeah, they did. Yes, they
Well,
did.
So speaking of the cons, but not to get off subject too much, do you think that? Okay, here you go. Well, I know this is a completely different thing, but do you think that Trevor Lawrence was worth $275 million?
No, we can talk about sports too, Rob. We do actually here.
I'm just saying, like that he's he's the highest paid athlete right now,
I
right?
always told you that.
Didn't
I
he
always
beat
told you
Burrows?
football's the biggest problem in football, and it's a bullshit rule, is they have to pay the quarterbacks. But
Yeah, they do.
the quarterback's money goes against the salary cap, which means usually when they have to pay, if the quarterback doesn't win on his rookie contract, by his second contract, you got to pay him big money. So that means you're going to get less good players than you would have got in his first 4 years when you could afford good guys. The problem is these quarterbacks get paid so much that you can't bring in good guys anymore. They need to make a rule where the quarterback salary only takes a certain hit on your actual salary. Because they can't afford no good players once they pay the quarterback. You'll see in a couple
Right.
years they're going to be like, oh yeah, no one to throw to or all that. You got to hope to get lucky.
So my question is, my question, Rev Sauce, is, we had so Scorpio Sky, whoever this is making $3 million a year. That means that Tony Khan has to be the most generous person in the entire world. And does Rev and the family need to pack up and move to Jacksonville so I can go take this motherfucker's trash out? Because you know the motherfucker who's cleaning his toilets is driving a fucking Ferrari, apparently. If he's just throwing out money.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah.
Tony, it's been on the record. Tony
If his
Khan's a
dad
generous
knew
guy.
who Scorpio Sky was and he knew he was getting $3 million, he'd be like, Tony, what the fuck is going on? We got to put a sitter on Tony.
Some of the contracts in like for instance, there's this Megan Bain chick that's coming into AEW that people were like refuting me yesterday or wanting to argue with me in the chat while during our Raw review, and I'm like, look, AEW, I will say this because people say I'm an AEW fanboy half of the time. Tony Khan is fucked up with some of the wrestlers he signed. He's just throwing money, and these guys have never debuted in his fucking product. And it's absolutely absurd to me. Like, you sign these people, and you just throw them, not even in the development. You don't even have a developmental territory, and you just throw them to the wolves. I've said that yesterday to Pesci. It was like the most absurd thing I've ever seen. And this person may walk into WWE. She may get released from her contract, and we'll never see her on AEW television. She's really talented. We'll never see her, and she'll be on WWE. And that's just absurd to me as a person. And that too is where you want to go and say, Tony Khan, you're an idiot. Why you throw money like that just to have it go away like that?
Hello, Ashley.
Another person, you know, that we were talking about last night that I had a chance to sleep on. I don't think he'll make waves in WWE. Maybe I'm seeing it differently the way Triple H is booking these days. Wardlow. I kind of had a change of heart on that. I could see him doing some things.
I'm telling you, just because it makes sense. He knows NXT is creeping on AW. I think how they're looking at that is they want NXT to have better ratings than AW. Now, he's going to see Wardlow, he's going to see Starks, and he's going to know these guys are well known by their guys. That's going to bring in some of those lower tier AW fans that are going to go watch Wardlow and Starks, and who else knows who else. You know what I mean?
Right.
And now's the time to do that. Because I thought the booking for the upcoming Wembley compared to last year, I think it was kind of like, you know, it just feels like another pay-per-view. It doesn't feel like anything special. And that kind of shows in the ticket sales right now as well.
Yes.
Are you surprised they are 20,000 less than last year?
I'm taken back by the idea. I'm taken back that WWE is probably going to run the same place and probably sell 2 nights and I'll prove AEW wrong. Yeah,
Oh yeah, they're definitely going to go out to whatchamacallit.
No, I'm not shocked.
Between injuries, missed opportunities in booking, they were really unable to build Wembley. The story and most of the stuff on AEW right now has nothing to do with Wembley unless you're Dave Meltzer and you're just over talking stuff and making stuff bigger than it is.
Well, the only buildup you have right now, the 2 buildups that you have for Wembley, to be honest with you, and this is me being honest here, is Dr. Britt Baker, if you go there, and Danielson. They don't really build anything else outside of that. Like MJF is title, his U.S. title, because they had to change the name of it, right? So, are you bringing back Daniel Garcia to be the Captain America, save that title type deal after getting pile drived? Because
it's
Will
hard
Ospreay,
to take Danny Garcia serious considering they made him be a joke for a year.
Right.
Some guys don't recover from being a joke for a year. You guys had him dancing and doing all that other shit. You're going to have to put him with some people to maybe rejuvenate his shit or have him be more serious. But that dancing gimmick, he just ended up as another Disco Inferno, another AEW laugh. And the people in Europe, those are the people that are going to go to your show more than people up here would because they don't get shows a lot out there.
No, they don't. They're mostly they're the hardcore audience that shows.
I
up
thought they
for
were always
everything.
going to get that 70 to 60,000 number, and sure, shit could change. People might buy them at the last minute because maybe AEW drops the prices significant. 50,000 is still a lot of people, but I'm thinking about it.
Well, I don't mean to interrupt, but AEW hasn't really done anything to get people to go sit in the seats. Really, to be honest with you, they haven't done anything. And I said this to you last night. Why don't they just keep doing these small arenas like the esports stuff because it's working for them? Just keep to that, like the Manhattan Ballroom. Do those type of deals because that would be better for you. Instead of doing these big arenas and Tony Khan thinking that they're this big company, they're not really that big if you go there. Their viewership's declining because what they did was they insulted people's intelligence. If you want to go there at the beginning of the year, we're doing all these recap zombie type storylines. And I even said that, you know, to you before, they've been doing zombies type storylines for a while. And when fans get the same thing over and over again, they're just gonna walk over to the other product and watch it because it's more interesting to them.
I
That's
think
just how this is happening.
Collision traveling from state to state is now starting to hurt them because the general people think that Collision's almost close to Rampage. I mean, I tried to watch Collision that one day. They had guys like Gravity and fucking that new guy. What was that new Lucha that they tried to make a big deal
Hologram?
about?
Hologram.
Oh my god.
I like Hologram.
I don't hate him, but dude, the kind of they made him a big deal.
So, what is your thoughts on this? I'm just now reading this because I'm looking up AEW news and all that shit. Apparently, commentating legend and Jim Ross, who still works for AEW, just signed a new deal.
Yeah.
A new contract for, okay, and here we go. According to allfulannouncing.com. Wow, that's pretty shitty, but Jim Ross signs new contract, not extension, new contract, $4 million a year.
So listen to this. When Jim Ross, a couple years back before when he was still announcing, he said Tony Khan was the best boss he ever worked for. So, and he started to get sick, and they were loyal to him while he was sick. So I think Jim Ross is just saying, well, they were loyal to me while I'm sick. If they'll have me, I'll stay. So he's going to stay. But at the same time, I mean, who knows what he's actually going to be doing back there. I wish we
Yeah, he signed for another year, so he said he wanted to go out on his own terms. So here's the thing, Jim Ross last time he was on television, just 1 year. He signed another year, so he wants to retire. So this will be his last year of professional wrestling. So, and I'm reading this off of my other side of my monitor here, but. Jim Ross in general, the last time I saw him on television or pay-per-view, he was on fire. I thought he did a better job than Tony Schiavone, but that was just me. When Jim Ross is on one, he's great. When Jim Ross is just looking like he's a space cadet all over the place, it's not good anymore. And they should have him just come out and call just certain matches, honestly.
Dude, the way he used to call AEW matches were funny. Sometimes he wouldn't know what was going on. Yeah, and he'd be like, well, I guess that would work. Or, he'd say shit like...
Like, I love JR, and I really do. I'm excited, and I'm glad that he's, still going to be a part, and he's still going to have something to do. And, he's still getting paid. I hate to see, the last time I saw him, and, he's always been like that big jovial-looking guy. He looked like you could tell he was going through some stuff with the chemo and stuff like that. He did not look very healthy.
You ain't wrong.
But like I said, I hate to see that because that's a guy who I grew up watching. Him and Lawler were just like the voice of my childhood. So I hate to see it, but it's like I can respect that if this is going to be his last year, he does deserve to ride off into the sunset. But I really, and I know he will. I hope Tony just gives him the biggest send off, and maybe he'll put the AEW title on him. I don't know. Let Jim Ross win the belt, man. Let him win it in the Super. Let him freaking run a show in the Superdome. JR's last show, and let him get the 3 count, man. That's what I want to see. That would make just make my day right there. Old Jim Ross just comes out and has one last hurrah. Hey, because like I said, he's regardless of what anybody wants to say, he's gonna have to be, and still is, in my opinion, the greatest wrestling commentator, if not one of the greatest commentators of all time. Hands down. Can't say anything.
I will say one. I will say. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, like, he was just, like, I mean, I think the commentary on AEW really does need to be reformed a little bit, because I think that the three-man announce team, and as much as I love him, as much as I think he's just hilarious, sometimes, a lot of times, Tony Schiavone just doesn't add anything. He just says random things. I mean, it was funny when he called Mariah May a bitch on TV. Like, that was funny. But like, he doesn't really act like. They should make him like he should fill the role of Jim Ross and just pop in, every once in a while. I don't think he can. I don't think he should be doing, weekly television anymore.
I've been saying this for a minute, and I like the Ring of Honor, Caprice Coleman and Kabani. When they do their commentator stuff for Ring of Honor, the thing is sweet. It reminds me a lot of JR and Jerry the King Roller. And to me, I just don't understand why these two are not on your main television calling matches. I don't feel what's his name, Excalibur. I just don't feel Excalibur. I just really don't feel at the moment.
Sometimes I like him, but sometimes he's not.
It's just I'm over both, to be honest with you, and
He knows the
they
move.
need to change.
That's what's good
Yeah.
about Excalibur.
The thing about WWE, and I don't mean to compare their commentary booths, the difference is I do like Pat McAfee on the mic. When he
Well,
speaks on
he's
Monday
gone
Night Raw,
until
he's
football's.
great.
He's gone until football's over.
Supposedly they're bringing in Joe Tessitore, the guy that does the baseball and all the stuff for ESPN. They're bringing him as a replacement for Pat McAfee, while Pat McAfee's doing his thing for the college football. So we'll see how that goes.
They tried that one guy from ESPN once, and it was an epic fail. The guy felt so bad.
Yeah, Vince McMahon brought in, what was his name? Oh my God, I know who he is. He was on Sports Center for the longest, and he was just terrible.
Oh,
on
Jonathan
Monday Night Raw.
Coachman?
No, the other dude
Coachman
that
was
they brought
actually
in,
pretty good. Coachman was not bad.
the other guy they brought in from ESPN that was terrible
Yeah,
about 2
I
years
know.
ago.
I
He
can't
was
think of his
also
name,
on
but I
Sports
remember
Center.
that.
Do you think that Ring of Honor is profitable?
Yes,
No.
I do.
How?
They filled out a whole arena of people. They filled out that whole esports arena over the weekend. They did. The problem is with Ring of Honor, they need a TV deal to exist. And the problem is Tony Khan, there's a lot of people, and it's the weirdest thing, a lot of people are paying for that streaming service. $9.99 a month. There's people paying for it. I know people that are.
Yeah,
that love
you
it.
could get Ring of Honor for $10 a month, Rev.
And a lot of people are like, people I've talked to love it. And I'm like, why? You're getting AEW stuff on the back end. That's why. I was like, wait. This is where the AEW stuff is? Over here? I'm like, and that's not on. And then supposedly
I
they
don't
have
really like their roster, the Ring of Honor roster. I think it, because they used some of their guys from Dynamite and those, like
Well,
Briscoe.
okay, so over on Ring of Honor television, who do you have over there? You have
What up,
Johnny
Punch?
TV. You have Johnny TV. You have Taya Valkyrie. You have Sky Blue over there, which I have no idea why you have her over there. That just makes no sense to me. You have her winning
Yeah.
match after match over there. And the biggest one
It's-
you have
it's
over
one thing
there.
if you want to make Ring of Honor your NXT, but you're putting guys like Cesaro down there, Briscoe, and
Mark
then
Briscoe's
you
their
put the
champion at the
belts.
moment.
The belts find their way on Dynamite, and then that's when you get me pissed off. Is when you're on Dynamite and there's 79 belts.
Well,
Everybody's
okay,
got a
so
belt.
I wish they would just take the belt off Athena at this point and put her in the main roster at this point.
That's
don't
another thing. For
understand.
instance, they got one of their best women's wrestlers in Ring of Honor, where I don't watch Ring of Honor, so I haven't seen her.
So Athena's over there kicking ass. She's got an undefeated streak like Roman Reigns right now currently. Like just win,
Like
win, win,
Roman
win, hold the
Reigns.
belt. Like Roman Reigns, yeah, they're treating her like Roman Reigns, and she hasn't lost, or we can say Jade, but better. And I just wish she would just drop the belt and go to AEW main roster. They need her over there, but she says in the media scrum.
What he should do is Rampage should just be the Ring of Honor shit. But I think
Yes.
he could get in trouble if he does something like that because it has to be separate or something when he puts it on TV. Meaning,
Now, I'm
TBS paid for Dynamite. They paid for AEW. They didn't pay for Ring of Honor. But he should just put those guys on there.
No, I'm trying to see here. I just seen somewhere. Is it? It looks like. Is Dustin like is Goldust? Is Dustin Rhodes booking Ring of Honor? Is he like in charge of Ring of Honor? Because he's
Okay.
all over.
So you ready for my complaint? You ready for it?
Kevin,
so here it is.
Big Show's a guy down
Okay,
there,
so
too.
they put Big Show part of the board. So Warner Brothers Discovery is now paying attention to Ring of Honor in the reports, and they are going in and they're making Tony Khan make some changes before they put it on the Max app. So the first thing he did was he put Big Show Paul White over there to be their commissioner, supposedly. And what makes no sense to me, during Death of Dishonored, he did say that we're bringing back the 6-man tag. I thought they were vindicated. I thought they were done. They were history, right? They got swallowed up with the AEW belts. No, they didn't. Paul White brought him back out, and we're having the Von Erichs versus the Undisputed Kingdom for the Undisputed titles at Battle of the Belts. And in typical faction, they have, like AEW does, is I'll be told, is they did what I thought they were going to do. They gave it to the Von Erichs and Dustin Rhodes, and that's your new Ring of Honor 6-man tag team. That's what they did during Battle of the Belts over the weekend. And I complained about it because I was like, these guys should be on the main roster fighting for your titles, not in Ring of Honor. The Von Erichs are way better than that. And their dad came out. The other thing that's really stupid is they brought their dad out. And it's like, are we really doing the same thing we did with Billy Gunn? Are we just doing the same thing because they did the Acclaim shit? It's kind of stupid. And they're doing all this stupid Iron Claw thing, and they have what's his name, Shibata, come out, and he's taking credit for it, and Dustin Rhodes is having a party. Like, Dustin Rhodes, man, needs to be treated better. That's just it. He needs to have a better championship. I don't think he needs the 6-man tag like that. That's my personal opinion.
I mean, why don't they just rebrand Rampage as Ring of Honor Rampage or something? Why do they have to have a separate damn?
Yeah,
There's nobody
like I
watching.
said, you could do that.
Warner Brothers, because Warner Brothers doesn't see it as their property.
Because Ring of Honor is a separate company, Reverend. They
Yeah.
didn't buy Ring of Honor.
Yeah, Warner Discovery basically said they're treating it now as an entity thing, but before, it's not their own property. They don't own the property. So they blew it off. That's why Tony Khan did his own streaming service for it. He brought back Honor Club, unfortunately.
He said, unfortunately.
I don't know.
Well,
I
from what
yeah.
the France leaks are, Reverend, from what I saw from the pictures, that Ring of Honor is on the Max app, and they're gonna abolish the whatever this other service is, and they're gonna put it on the Max service because reading articles, Warner Brothers Discovery is now paying attention to it, and they're giving it more love, more care. Supposedly from what the article, and that's coming from PWI. But everything, like I said, take that with a grain of salt because, they could be telling you one thing, blowing smoke up your ass.
So let me ask you this. Let me just ask you this, Rev Sauce. Do you think that Mercedes Moné was a huge waste of money?
Yes and no. I would say
Yes.
yes.
You were right.
Yes and no. Yes on the aspect of with
He
Pesci
wasn't
with
ready
this.
for it. If he was
Wasn't
ready
ready
for it,
for
it
it.
wouldn't have been.
And the other moment, you had her at All In 2 years ago, and you could have just paid her all this money just to be a manager or something at that point. Should have. And it would have been much better for your product. Because they were coming out hot. This was just before, you know, the CM Punk stuff and the ratings still were up there. They could have signed her to a manager's position, have her manage a wrestler while she was hurt. They could have done a million other things with her, but instead they fumbled the bag with that. I will admit they fumbled the bag with Monet. And the 2 segments they had with her with Julia Hart was absolutely stupid. It was the most stupidest thing. Turn the lights off, and then you see her the next minute with the lights on. I was with Pesci when he goes, "What was that shit all about?" That was stupid.
Yeah.
So
who knows if they'll be able to revive her?
And Britt Baker, I'm with Pesci on it now. I think she's just gonna lose in a shitty fashion. At All In, they're gonna.
Yeah,
drag
maybe
this on
Jamie
for a while.
Hayter comes back and attacks her or something.
Yeah, I would assume something like that. Now, speaking of WWE, SummerSlam's this weekend. I'm pretty excited for that. SummerSlam's.
We're gonna watch it. I think we're gonna watch it here.
I'm pretty excited for Logan Paul to get his title taken from him finally. About time. LA Knight deserves a belt.
I haven't been watching as much WWE as I should have been.
Well, WWE side of things, you have Rollins and pretty much in Punk and Drew McIntyre going at each other, which is pretty good. That feud's been pretty nice. Liv Morgan, I mean, how far can you take Liv Morgan on television? I mean, as far as storyline, you're either gonna have Mommy get fucked over by Dom. That's what somebody was saying in my chat last night during the watch along. Literally gonna fuck over Mommy once again, probably. And Liv keeps the belt. And then Mommy turns into a base kind of character. More transcendent character. Gunther better be winning that World Heavyweight title. I'd be disappointed if he didn't. The Ring General.
I think I might have to watch some Ring of Honor.
I'm telling you, they have Queen Adonata over there, man. They got some good women's talent that you guys should be gushing over in the PWO. I'm just saying. I'm surprised you guys don't post pictures. There's some good wrestling talent over there. It ain't no Nikki Lyons level though. But it's in fun. Puncho wants to see his girl back, Sky Blue. Sky Blue, that was a freak accident.
Is she injured right now?
Yeah, she has a ankle injury. Yeah, she was in a walking boot, and it was a freak accident. She landed when she was supposed to go up and take this move off the rope, and if you see it on the camera, it was just a freak accident. That's all it was. When Sheeta came down, it was supposed to be a
Squigs. What up, Squigs?
But switching the topics, Boogie 2298. Let's talk about Boogie. Let's talk about that shit. Fucking
He's
Boogie, fucking Boogie faking cancer, being a liar, now putting a tattoo on his face, calling himself a liar. Pesci and me have been all into this. We've been watching the Locale live show. We've been totally into it. It's better than wrestling, honestly. The whole hook, line, and sinker. They've got me kind of hook, line, and sinker. What does Pesci think of the whole situation with Boogie?
I said earlier. You didn't hear what I said earlier. I said I would have fired him. I would have never brought him back.
We all know why we're keeping him, right? It's best for business.
I don't even know what's
That's
best
why.
for business. I think a lot of his shit's boring.
Well, the reason they're
DSP.
Well, the reason they're keeping Boogie around, it's for views. Boogie's hot right now. That's why. They're
Yeah,
keeping
for
the
now.
hot. They're keeping the hot on him. Well, they're doing everything. You could tell if you watch Local Live, they're keeping Boogie technically and all them technically. Well, Wings is not doing anything, and Tommy NC has done shit.
The guy
So
didn't only
Boogie's
fake
the hot
cancer, he
rock.
did a crypto scam. He tried to talk down the crypto scam by saying it was to help him pay for bills to treat his cancer. They ended up all being lies, and now they're starting to. That last show he was on, people were calling him out on maybe those abuse claims that he claimed that he was growing up in an abusive home. Or whatever.
Well, Boogie's been well documented for lying about a lot of things. To be honest, though. I mean, can we put him in the same ballpark as Review Tech USA? Because Review Tech USA has been pretty bad too lately. Too.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know who lied. I think Boogie might be a bigger liar, but maybe Rich just hasn't got caught as much as Boogie has.
I've been with you on the whole DSP.
But I would have fired him. Keem should have never kept him. I mean, they paid them guys a lot of money. He was willing to get liar tattooed on his face.
Well, $50,000.
To stay on the show. Like, that's how broke the guy is.
He even crawled on all 4 feet for Keemstar.
That's why
There's
they
a
knew
guy-
he was lying about the cancer when he goes, I'm trying to keep this shit private. And he goes, they're like, you climbed on all 4s for Keemstar.
Yeah.
What kind of shit do you want to keep private?
I mean, it was kind of funny. But Boogie's always been that way, though. Boogie will do anything for shock factor and fucking views. Out the ass, really.
Squiggles loves Boogie. It's been a bad year for some of the biggest YouTubers. The Completionist, Dr. Disrespect. And
Mr.
Boogie.
Beast is going downhill real quick.
Review Tech's had a bad year. Well, Mr. Beast, he's got 300 million followers. I think it's hard to. You're not going to kill him.
No,
It was
but
like
a
someone
couple-
said, you can't really cancel someone with 300 million.
Well, yes and no. I mean, sponsors can walk away from you too, and that's a telltale sign. And it's
Then he
starting to
probably will
happen.
lose some of that. But he's made so much money right now where he's trying to make money from his businesses. But I think some of that chocolate bar shit's a hoax, the way he was. I like how that one guy rated his chocolate bar a 7, and they showed a video of it, and he got mad.
A 7 is
there.
chocolate bar at 7.
Well, he was
Man.
there too. Well, the video was trying to show Mr. Beast was a scam, and they're like, see how angry he got at somebody that reviewed his chocolate bar normal. Because when the guy said 7, Mr. Beast is like, 7? This thing's more like 11 out of 10. Meaning, what kind of dude would put his shit at 11 out of 10?
Well, I should go buy. I've never had his chocolate bar. Actually, real talk. I haven't had his chocolate bar before. I don't know if
It's
it's
no
any good.
different than the Master P potato chips. They're decent. I mean, they're a good
I've never
substitute.
had. I've never had those either. So, see, things I haven't tried before.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of the rappers' side hustles nowadays they're going on potato chip bags.
As someone who has had the Beast Bars, or Feastables, I'm sorry, whatever you want to call them, D's Nuts, they're pretty good. I'll give it to you. They're pretty good. The Reese's one's really good. The peanut butter one.
I see them at 7-Eleven all the time. So,
Oh, yeah, they're everywhere. Yeah, they're everywhere. They're like I said, they're decent. You know, I mean, they're
Feastables. I never knew.
they're a chocolate bar, man. You know, you just
I mean, he's done good for himself. I mean, it's good.
yeah, I don't partake in his content like that. But getting to the
Yeah, I
the
don't really
subject-
understand. I saw the only stuff I know about his content is I watched that scam video that guy released.
The only thing I can go by is what's been the biggest thing. The reason why my audience has been talking about it hardcore in the paint is because the Chris Titus situation, and that situation's all fucked in itself. And that's
Well,
a
what
fucked
was
situation.
his relationship with her? Well, he got rid of them. It wasn't like Mr. Beast
So-
was talking to women, but they said Jimmy knew. And I'm guessing Mr. Beast's name is Jimmy.
So Chris basically, or Ava, they're going by now, is an editor for Mr. Beast. Editor, does video games, does the whole thing. I guess there was a situation with another kid called Lava, I guess, in the whole situation playing field of this. You can call it whatever you want to call it. You can call it a fan going behind the scenes and seeing things, or it could be grooming as they said it was. They could say pretty much a million things. But what it looks like, somebody was incentivizing somebody, and it's just a whole mess. And what Chris looks like on Discord is a real creep with the whole going in sections with kids and basically, saying things that I won't even mention here. That's kind of gross.
And just like that, Mr. B separated from him. Just like
Yep.
that.
Mm-hmm. He had to. I mean, if sponsors get, worth of that, you don't want to lose money like that. I know that's chump change to him, but you would want to distance yourself from that, to be honest with you. But I will. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was going to say, but can we just be honest and understand the fact that when you are a celebrity of that level, you are going to have people who hate you just because you are a celebrity of that level. And they're going to be jealous and upset because you've done something and made something of your life. So you're going to have a lot of hate. Like all I've read about Mr. Beast is that, he actually, he's a good guy. He does a lot of he does a lot of things by he gives away millions of dollars.
No, that's what they
And-
were trying to say. I got to show you this video, Rev. They were trying to say that some of those giveaways are bullshit.
Some of those giveaways are bullshit, and also to the contestants that they had for this recent summer, whatever. He's doing his version of the summer games, or whatever it is. They're not feeding.
I'm not saying he hasn't given out shit. He probably
I'm
knows
not
how to
gonna
cover his
say-
ass.
I'm not going to say he's a bad person, but organizations and companies cut corners in these events. There's no doubt about it. It's all rigged if you want to go there. If you want to go there, most of it's rigged if you want to, go there, like giveaways and shit are mostly rigged. I mean, that's how they, keep the house, you know what I mean?
Well, yeah, but I mean, at the same time, like you know that there are people who are going to. Like that's the thing. It's like the whole. I looked up a little bit about that Ava Chris or whatever his name is or her name is or whoever. I don't know. I don't want to. Whatever they want, whatever you want to be, you be. But like everyone, like I'm seeing two sides on it. It's either he's he's a terrible person who's done terrible things, or you have the other side who says, well, everybody's just hating on him because he's trans. Like, I mean, it's just ridiculous that how
I think, Reverend, when it comes down to it all, when you start talking to minors on Discord and you're saying you're talking about doing sexual acts outside and you're promoting that in a Discord full of minors, or better at talking about hentai to minors, sorry, I didn't mean to go that far. It's beyond that at that point. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
for instance, with Dr. Disrespect, there's no images. There is no, everybody's reporting and speculating, right? Until we hear from Twitch, or we hear from a situation of that caliber, I want to see the text messages. I want to see what's happening. And until I see that, everything is just reportedly, you know what I mean? Do I think Dr. Disrespect's a bad person? No. Do I think he put himself in a bad situation? Yes. Do I think texting with a minor is the be-all, end-all? Absolutely, he should be penalized, and yes, he should not be doing those kind of things. But again, most of that situation, as me and Pesci have been talking about, I need to see all of it. I need to see all the evidence. I'm not defending him. I'm not defending him or anything. I'm just saying we got to see all the evidence. You got a bunch of people saying, it would be like me saying, Pesci did this at a store.
I
Where's
want
my
to know, how
evidence?
did Doc know that the person he was messaging was even a girl if it was on Twitch Whispers? Because I thought Twitch had a minor,
Here's
no
my
minors.
thing.
That's
Here's
right.
my thing. Why is that
So
chick
how did
not
he
come
know who
out?
he was messaging? That's what I want to know.
And if this was bigger, if you know, if it is this big, where's the person that's involved? Where's the victim? Wouldn't that victim come out and want to make some money?
Probably long gone.
You
Probably,
know?
like I said, how do we even know it was a girl? That's why I was like, dude, how did he know this person was a real person?
That's my $1 million question when it comes to
On
all
Twitch
this. Like,
Whispers, it wasn't like he was messaging a streamer because they don't let minors stream.
I will give this, and I do agree with some of the YouTubers out there, like, you know, Moist Critical and things like that. Yes, he does sexual things with women, and yes, he's cheated on his wife probably a few times. But you know,
I mean, you can't, that can't be just a judge of,
I can't go and say,
Yeah,
like
I
could
don't
say,
like how people held that against Doc. Like, oh, he's a bad person. He cheated on his wife. It's like, dude, that shit happens all over the world. Let's not.
Well, let's put it this way: he's just a womanizer. Let's put it that way. He just womanizes.
Well, dude, he was a
basically.
goddamn celebrity. I probably,
Yeah.
who knows how many women I would have tried to talk to if I was a celebrity.
when
I
did
know
that
I wouldn't have
become
just talked to one.
That used to be, that used to be something that guys just did. When did that be? When did the whole, hey, I got to stay with this horrible, hateful woman who fucking treats me like shit and doesn't fucking, care about, or I don't
Well,
want to.
and honestly, in the defense of those people, the reason why they say that is because he's been on the record saying, "I'm a faithful person." That's why. That's why you get people. That's why you get people getting pissed off, the way they
No,
did.
fuck it.
But at the end of the day, what do you expect with him? He's making millions and he's at bars with tons of hot women. What do you expect him to do?
Fuck all
If
them-
He's
he's
6
a
feet,
horny
he's fucking
individual.
6'8" tall too. He's 6'8".
Exactly.
He's the gaming great.
But
I'd like
I will
He
say
lives
this on
in
this.
San Diego. He lives next to Boss Man, for Christ's sakes.
I will say this on this show, and I'm gonna say this, and I said this on my stream the other day. I think Dr. Disrespect comes back, and I was listening to a YouTuber say this, and I kind of agree with it. If there's no like factual stuff that comes out showing any implications of what's going on with the situation, he's just gonna turn around and play it off, and most likely
Well,
YouTube
people
will-
don't even want to see the messages because he admitted he was sexting a minor. It's like, what else you
Yeah.
need?
That's true. That's
The only
very,
thing
very
I
true.
want to know is how did you come in contact with this minor? Where did you meet this person?
Did you ever meet this person?
Well, I'm just saying, a guy that caliber, you wouldn't think he would have to go so low. Twitch Whispers
Yeah.
and talk to a minor. That's like
That's what
all the
everybody.
people
That's
that
what
reviewed.
everybody's laughing about.
Everybody made fun of that. Some of the biggest streamers made fun of that.
You know, the other thing is, which is funny. I want to see Chris Hansen come out of retirement, just to talk to Dr. Disrespect for a second.
Unfortunately, none of those streamers are ever going to be able to stream with him again.
No. None of his friends want to touch him
Because the
either.
internet won't let them do it. They'll try to destroy them.
Well, Tim the Tapman and a few others said because of all this situation, they don't want even to be near him at all. That's what happened there.
Of course. You saw how scared that dude. They don't want to risk their fucking millionaire
Yeah,
lifestyle.
But the Boogie situation and the Review Tech USA situation we've been talking about for a long time on me and you back and forth. The thing about Review Tech USA is absolutely absurd. He's imploding on himself. Let's put it that way. He's imploding on himself. He has like 1.9 million subscribers, and now he's like losing 60,000 a day.
Well, at least he was smart. He doesn't stream to that channel anymore. He just keeps that to the side, and he's been going on his RTU streams.
Yeah.
Imagine that. You got a channel that's got 1 million subscribers, but you fucking live stream on the one with 60,000. Because those guys don't like, because on the channel with 1 million, it's a review tech channel. Even though he didn't always review tech on there. That's why I don't get why we'd shut it down. He might as well go
He
up
used to review. So Review Tech, I've been following him forever and a day since I was in high school. He used to do tech. Him and I have had back and forth.
We ran
Me
out of
and
tech.
review. The guy doesn't do really review anymore. He stopped
there.
doing
No,
that a long time ago.
I know that. I said it ran out of tech to review.
Well, I think his biggest claim to fame was that Soldier Boy, you know, the fake review he did on Soldier Boy.
I didn't even see that.
Yeah, basically it was, you know, one of those handheld Pal Kitty consoles with all the emulators on it, like looks like a Game Boy. He did a review of the Soldier Boy's console thing. This was like 2
And
3
it's
years
not
ago.
like Rich was on fire either. He's never really been on fire. He's had some good runs.
Well, speaking of, what video games have we been playing? What's everybody been playing the most of here around on the show? What's everybody been playing in the chat?
Well,
So
I've
speaking
been
of
playing
video
Elden
games,
Ring a lot and a little bit of Rocket and Fort mixed in.
now how is that? So everybody's told me about Elden Ring. What do you think of the new DLC? Did you get the new DLC? Because everybody keeps telling me it's a blast.
Yeah. Hold on. I think with the new DLC, I just didn't like how my character was so strong, and then you go in the DLC, and they pretty much you have to get all your power back. You're not as strong, and
Gotcha.
I didn't like that they kind of nerf your ass down and then make you build it back up, and then eventually you get back to your, strength. But that was kind of the part I didn't like.
So I will tell you this one. I've been playing that new college football 25? College football 25? It ain't no worth $69.99. I'll put it that way in this chat. In this,
All right, yeah,
episode.
that's what a lot of people have been saying. If it was cheap, I would get a run on it. I would try it out, but not for 70.
I picked up the trial for it, the $5 EA Play trial.
And I really wish we had a football game we could play on stream too.
And the other unfortunate part is my PC brethren out there are all upset at College Football 25. They want to play it on PC, and there is no PC version.
You know what? I'm gonna only play sports games on console.
And I kind of had to explain to people about that. The reason why there's no College Football 25 on PCs because if you've ever played a Madden on PC, it's pretty bad. It's ported from the console.
Yeah, that's why
and
I'm
it
only
runs
going
awful.
console on a sports game.
Now, speaking of Fortnite, when we're talking to Fortnite, I heard, and I've experienced it now. Fortnite is all over the place with the weapons and the cars. I heard, I've experienced
I hate
it
the
now.
cars in
Overpowered.
this new season. What about
It's
you,
way OP.
Reverend?
What, buddy?
What do you think of the cars in Fortnite?
He said, I'm not a fan.
I hate them. I die more from them than anything else this season.
Well, Fortnite also too. I'm getting tired of that stupid purple shit with the shield, where he could throw and do the 1-2 on you, and you shoot at him, and then he kills you in a matter of 2 punches.
Yeah, no, a lot of that I haven't played Fortnite very much. I'm still at like level 10.
You're still
I'm
level
just,
10 on still level 10 on Fortnite.
Yeah, I just haven't played it.
A lot of
Like,
people
we
haven't
just-
played the new Fortnite season. A lot of people are not happy with the new Fortnite season, honestly.
Yeah, I just, we've been playing a lot of,
I like playing Rocket and
Well, I've been
Mario Kart.
Yeah, I've seen
I've
you
been
play a
playing a
lot
lot.
of. I've seen you play a lot of Mario Kart. They've been adding a lot of.
Well, it's
things
because
to
we
Mario
got so
Kart.
many people. We got like 20 people that come play. Literally.
And speaking of, we've covered Mr. Beast. We're talking some video games. The other video game I've been playing a lot of, and I really think it's better than Destiny, is First Descendants. I'm playing the shit out of that. First Descendants.
First
is
Descendants,
good.
what's that?
So picture Destiny on steroids. It's basically Destiny and Warframe had babies, and this is the game.
What are you playing multiplayer or are you playing a campaign?
So it has a campaign, and it also has where you can play missions with your friends. They have side quests and main missions. and it's completely free. You can go on PlayStation. You can invite your friend that's on Xbox, vice versa. It's actually really
Whoever
fun.
tried to play Destiny, him and Puncho couldn't figure out how to get off the opening screen.
Nope. Could not get off the opening screen.
You couldn't get off the opening screen.
Meaning they couldn't
Nope.
figure out how to get into a mission. They didn't know what the hell was going on. I can picture
Oh.
that though, because that game would be confusing.
So in Versus Ascendance, you get a standard character, and then you work to build up to get the skins that you need. So every level, every single side mission and main mission you do, you get little shards and stuff to where you can build up your main character, and then when you get enough, you go to, like in Destiny, you go to the Crucible, basically the main town, and then you can pick, a sexy skin that you want to use for your character once you start ranking up and leveling up. It's a lot better than Destiny. It's much easier. And there's no paywalls. For instance, Destiny, the problem is with Destiny is there's a paywall where they've locked all their DLCs, the beginning content, into a paywall. You can't get that shit anymore. So you have to buy their current DLCs to enjoy the game, technically. If you don't have their current DLCs, or you haven't bought their big DLC pack, you're kind of screwed. That's just a little bit of the rundown of Destiny. That's why Destiny's player base is dying by the day. To answer your question.
It sucks.
Well, I enjoyed Destiny when it first came out. I have 3 characters that are maxed out. I mean, it's a good game when things were not under a paywall. That's the thing I will give Elden Ring credit on. Elden Ring, on the other hand, $49.99, you get a full complete package.
Yeah.
Compared to some of these games.
I got over 700 hours in Elden Ring.
I can believe it because it does look really fun to play. I remember playing Demon Souls and what was the other one? Bloodborne a little bit.
Yeah.
Great
That was
games.
the first one I ever played was Bloodborne.
I broke a controller trying to play Demon Souls. And that game was hard on the PS3.
Yeah, it got nerfed when they did the remake on PS5, but it was good. I beat it.
Now, speaking of games I've been playing some of the trial stuff. So I did dive into a little bit of Mortal Kombat 1, the newest Mortal Kombat. I'm not.
Yeah, I've never been big on fighting games.
The new Mortal Kombat, I'm not really feeling, to be honest with you. I mean, graphic-wise, them redoing the story for the billionth time, I'm not really feeling it. But yeah, the stuff that I'm been playing the most is the new. They just released with trophy support finally. Grand Theft Auto finally just did on PlayStation. So, Grand Theft Auto.
Now, when the new Grand Theft comes out, we should all try to play that if we can do the co-op thing or whatever they do. Online
console. Hopefully I have enough space on my PlayStation for that, because it's supposed to be like 120 something gigs.
Oh, you don't think it'll be crossplay? I was gonna try to get it on PC.
No, it'll be crossplay, but the download is gonna be way too much space on the console. Like 100, I think they're saying like 140 gigs or something like that for it on console, and it's not even coming to PC, unfortunately. They said it's not coming to PC.
Oh, it's not going to PC?
No, it's not going to PC. It's going to PlayStation Pro when it comes out, the 5 Pro. And by the way, the 5 Pro, there was news on that the other day. It's not going to be any better than the PlayStation 5. It's going to be
Well, I
like
figured that. I didn't think it was
10%,
gonna
and
be
they
any
said
better.
some new technology that they're putting into it. You have to go buy a whole new TV for it. And if you don't have it, you're not going to be able to use that feature. I've seen everybody memeing on PlayStation for it. That's pretty much about it on the gaming front. I mean, there's no other games that have been out. I mean, outside of Elden Ring releasing their DLC and a few games coming out that were free to play, like First Descendants, that everybody's really loving. I mean, Destiny really hasn't done anything outside of, their season pass.
What up, Kiss to
Hey.
Peter?
Apex just came out with quads finally. I may dive into that a little bit. 4v4 playing fours.
Yeah, I
Finally.
wouldn't mind maybe trying that game again.
I heard Apex did a rework. And then Call of Duty recently added Rhea Ripley and somebody
Call
else.
of Duty I might play this year. That's for sure.
I'm excited for Black Ops 6. I can't wait for that.
Robert,
I'm not
you
gonna
might
go
like,
buy.
You might like the multiplayer on Black Ops too.
You may like the story for it. It's actually pretty fun. It looks really fun. Honestly, they're gonna have an open. They're gonna have an open beta in August. Somewhere in August, they're gonna have an open beta. So I'm pretty excited for that on PlayStation and on Xbox for that. Now, I'm probably gonna buy it outright because Game Pass. I just don't feel the need of buying Game Pass. To be honest with you, I don't see the need of buying Game Pass at that time. I might just pay for it, you know. Reverend sleeping?
Reverend?
I'm here.
Okay.
Oh, you had some weird shit coming out here.
Now, I guess Wolverine and Deadpool broke records over the weekend
Good.
for Marvel.
I'm glad they
Finally,
didn't
first
ruin
movie
it.
in a minute.
At least they kept it good, and I'm gonna check that one out for sure when the time's right.
I'm excited for Aliens coming out soon. I can't wait for that. Romulus. Oh, that's gonna be a good one too. Speaking of sports talk, what do we think of NBA going to NBC? What do we think of that? Going to Peacock? What do we think about that? Because I keep seeing the commercials, the fall
I'm cool with
2025.
NBA going to any streaming device because I don't have cable, so it's a win either way.
It looks like NBA is going to be on NBC. They're going to be getting a shit ton of games.
Yeah. And NBC is
And-
the original home of it, so it's kind of old school.
40 years of Warner Discovery, man. That's crazy. Them losing their TV rights deal for that, and then getting denied for the the C tier. To be honest, I found that to be shocking. And what blew my mind last night was the fact that UCLA and USC are in the Big 12 now. Big 10, Big 12. I didn't even realize until somebody said something in my stream yesterday about that. Now, speaking to Pesci, do you think my Lakers will get a trade across the board?
7 nights of NBA games, they say, says Alvin Morin.
Wow, that's a lot of games. Damn. Hey man, it's worth it on Peacock, man. You get that multi-view going on. I've been doing that for the Olympics. That multi-view is pretty sweet.
Well,
you get like 5 games.
My only thing is I hope Peacock is able to keep WWE pay-per-views if they're going to have NBA, so that way it's worth me having Peacock.
Peacock? Well, they got that deal's until 2027, I think. 2026, I think. So you got a couple more years of the WWE. I personally think they'll go Netflix next for everything. I know that sounds terrible of me to say that out loud. I'm just not a big fan of Peacock on the consoles, man. If you ever try to use Peacock on a console, you might as well pull teeth. You might as just go have a root canal done because it's ridiculous on the console. I was trying to watch the Olympics on Peacock last night on the PS5 and I turned off my controller, because the PS5 controller never shuts off. And then the whole app just crashes after I turned it off. It's crazy. Or on Xbox, it just doesn't load the WWE match at all. You just sit there in a pinwheels.
Right?
Shout out.
Shout out to... Go ahead, Reverend. Sorry.
What? Oh no, I'm just.
That's what he says.
I'm sorry.
Oh, got you.
I'm about to crash out here in a minute, but it's been a privilege and a pleasure talking to you, gentlemen.
Have a good sleep, buddy.
You guys have a great night, and
God bless.
Go team.
How long did we go for? Red Sauce, how long was that?
We are at an hour and 20 minutes on my end. And we were talking like 15 minutes beforehand. So I'll wrap it up here. Thank you guys for all stopping in on the spilling the sauce side of things. I appreciate it. We're gonna do another one, possibly Thursday, depending on Pesci's work schedule. We did this in the spirit of the moment, kind of. I kind of got busy this afternoon. It was kind of my fault. Everything's been kind of like, so I apologize. We'll have it on lock next time around. Trust me there. We will have it on lock. Me and Pesci will sit down and we'll work things better for next time. This was just the first show. We'll see where it goes. But yeah, we're gonna talk sports, wrestling, movies, stuff like that. We may have a retro week on this channel, where we talk retro games and we reminisce, go down memory lane of some of the stuff. Because I know a lot of Pesci's audience likes retro, and so does mine. We talk mostly N64 stuff all the time. We go into depth about the 64. So, and we'll go probably in depth with that. And then we got the Olympics going on. We got football. Pesci and I will probably talk, football on here. We're gonna have guests here and there. We may have like Punch-A-Ho. We may have Reverend. We may have a couple of guests on the show here when we have juicy topics we want to talk about as far as things like that. We may have some people from my community come on over and hang out and bring a seat and stuff like that. So this show is not just a podcast. It's going to be pretty much where Pesci wants to do some clips and stuff. He can, so can I. It'll be a mixed bag of things. It'll be fun. I'm going into this with no expectation, just having a blast doing it. And when Pesci, proposed the idea to me a year ago, it's kind of, we've been on and on, back and forth about, we're going to do it, we're not going to do it, this is the right time. Then Pesci gets busy, and I got busy. And then we're in our own worlds, we're growing, our own content and stuff. So that's what's going on. So thank you all for stopping in. Make sure to, do the subscribing and, the liking and hitting the thumbs up and the, the bell icon. This will also be, just to let you guys know, this show will be on Rumble. This will be on Spotify. I'll make sure of it after the fact. I will make sure it gets up in audio form for you guys, because I know some of you want to listen to it on audio as you're driving and whatnot. So I'll make sure that happens here in the future of things. I'll make sure this episode gets up there. But that's it for the show for this week, for today. And tomorrow, Thursday, we'll keep you updated on what we're doing. Thursday, depending on when Pesci gets off, we'll have a show Thursday, or we may have it sometime over the weekend, if we need to push it back. So thank you guys for stopping in. Appreciate you guys. All right, that was it.
There you go. What's today? Tuesday?
Tuesday. Yeah, all day. Because, I believe in Joe Henry. Say his name, he appears.
I still haven't heard his theme music yet.
It was a good show.
Hold on, let me go
Should have been.
back to
I
the-
should have been here doing it earlier. My bad.
Let me go back to the other Discord. Hold on. Elvin Marin said you're missing out on his theme. It's good. What theme? Wayne Gretzky got grill. Smoke a lot of so low hair. and you know we looking so lair. Then I'm down in the low lair. Summer. Oh, you're missing out? Is it good? Hold on, let me play it real quick. Let's see this real quick. Joe Andrew! Yeah, looking lot of flip. You know me,
I
mister?
believe in Joe Hendry.
I'm playing their Steam music right now.
It's so good.
Official music video? Is it the music video I'm looking for?
Yes. It's directly from him. You grab it right on his-
He appears. I believe in Joe Hendry.
Oh, this is
I
great.
believe in Joe Hendry. In London and Paris and Tokyo, America, Scotland and Canada and Mexico. They say I believe in Joe Hendry. I believe in Joe Hendry.
Oh, he did a concert tonight on NXT. I forgot.
Wave your hands from side to side and say, oh, I believe in Joe Hendry. Joe Hendry is so prestigious. Wave your hands from side to side and say, oh, I believe in Joe Hendry. Joe Hendry and the prestigious world.
Oh, Joe Henry's sitting like the Rock on a chair tonight on NXT. Let's go.
There you have it. I believe in Alvin. I believe in Joe Hendry. I like how Maven puts out a video called Why I Stopped Talking to Randy Orton. You mean why he stopped talking to you? Like you would talk to Randy Orton right now. I believe. I told you it was catchy. Yes, it's okay. JD's live with Solo Monster.
Solo Monster.
Way better than Drew. Instant death! Uh-oh, Mudahar 2 hours ago. Maybe it is getting worse. He says it's getting worse for Mr. Beast. 2 hours ago, and they got a fraud thing under his picture.
Yikes.
Duty Streams puts out a video. DSP 35-minute rage over Review Tech USA side scrollers and Keemstar. I believe in Elvin. I remember the days. Bald man and a few of them names. We're gonna have to watch this Mudahar video later.
Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mudahar, and about a week.
Hello, guys and gals. It's me, Mudahar. 3 million subs for some ordinary gamers. I remember the times Yeah. Time we'd be talking about the winnings and the good days and the good blood, the good rhythm, the good interaction. We lost the sight of Joe Hendry.
They're gonna crack Joe Henry with the guitar.
We
Oh,
lost
God.
the pace. We lost the feel. But we're going to try to maybe slowly cook the biscuits again. Elvarin says Bullet has a meme of him all elite. TK wouldn't even spend money on him. No shit.
Well, speaking of Joe Henry, they did have Joe Henry on. They did have him on Ring of Honor for a while there, and then
He's
Tony
talking about
Khan.
he was talking about Bolin.
Oh,
It says Bolin has a meme saying he's all elite.
gotcha.
Yeah, he's all elite if he's in the he's at Wendy's. I believe I can fly.
Hey man, you should come down here and get that 3x3 right now with the fucking French fries and all that. Fucking bowling. We have a 2-lane drive-through now for In-N-Out here.
I believe I could touch the sky. I believe I could fly. I believe I could touch the sky. Well, I don't even think I found one fragment over there. I believe I could fly. I believe I could touch the sky. I believe in Mr. Beast. There, Moodar's got to say, Moody.
Ago, we had actually looked into one of the wildest internet stories in quite a long time regarding Chris Tyson and, by extension, the group known as Mr. Beast, that entire organization. The largest channel on YouTube, sporting over 300 million something subscribers. And of course, it was a massive scandal that rocked the internet, and in fact, our entire platform at YouTube.
Well, you know,
I forgot how fat a Dreamcast is, man.
well, thank you, Alvin. I appreciate that. Well, they say, you know, you had rhythm at one point, and got cool with putting rhythm to the side and being lazy. But sometimes you got to re-spool some things. I guess you could smile at a number and frown upon one at the same time. We're going to have to start cooking the burgers again on Well Done. Fucci said TK would pay Bolin not to mention or associate himself with AEW. I believe in I can fly. Well, the question is, what's the next taco?
I want some tacos.
You
I want some tacos.
know, as much as we always want to put steak in them, maybe it was the chicken tacos that we should have tried to stay loyal to. And we got some closet ideas. Is that what he said? He said if we don't raise 35, I might just quit doing these shows altogether.
All right. Well, I'm gonna take off out of here because I gotta go fix something in the house. So I will talk
All right,
to
bro.
you tomorrow. And
Alrighty.
I'll fix the stuff. I'll make sure the images. I'll make sure to fix. Would you like it to be something different though? Because I'm gonna go into my editor. Would you, my photo editor and stuff like that? Would you like something different?
No, the
Okay.
spilling sounds fine.
No. The set of the Phoenix. Would you like something else? I just did that temporarily.
See, I'm not like a designer, so I don't. You just have to make a couple and see what sticks.
Okay,
Doesn't hurt to have more than one.
gotcha. Alrighty then. I'm gonna take off. You have a good night. I'll be watching.
Thank you, brother. Well, let's see what our boy Mudahar has to say. Mudahar here. I believe I could fly. Well, I believe I could touch the sky. Ooh-dee-oo.
To its complete core. A story that involves a creator from one of the largest teams on the platform allegedly engaging in some unsavory, inexcusable behavior untowards minors. Now, since then, a lot has actually happened, and if you don't have any idea, I'd highly recommend you go check out a video I made 6 days ago titled Mr. Beast Has Some Terrible Friends. I think the entire title and everything is pretty self-explanatory. July 22nd, 2024, a user known as DogPack404 uploaded this video on X or Twitter, whatever you want to call it, with the tag, "I worked for Mr. Beast." Ava Chris Tyson is the tip of the iceberg. But it really took one person who worked at Mr. Beast's View Stats organization known as Chucky eventually come out and say, I quickly want to debunk some of the information in this video. Since the guy who made it was on my team, it's my decision to fire him for erratic behavior. He worked at the company for less than a month and wasn't an employee for most of the videos he mentions to have a knowledge on. So of course directly referencing DogPack404's 3 million viewed video right on YouTube. So obviously this video kind of struck it off, went viral, and pretty much became a solid, serious hit piece on Jimmy. And there's a few allegations that I want to cover from this 53-minute long video, part 1 by the way, where there's 3 massive allegations towards the enterprise. For example, allegation number 1. Many of Mr. Beast's videos are fake, contests are unfairly rigged, and contestants are often undisclosed friends and families of Mr. Beast's employees or employees themselves. Number 2, Mr. Beast has run multiple illegal lotteries targeting children. The user estimates they profited over $10 million from these lotteries. And number 3, Mr. Beast knowingly sold merch with fake autographs while claiming on his website that the autograph piece is genuine, which, of course, according to this user, is fraud in their opinion. And it kind of sounds close to it. Now, before we jump into that video in specific and actually look at some of these claims in depth, I wanted to look at another massive situation that broke out. About a couple days ago, a massive Discord leak allegedly happened from Chris Tyson's servers. Somewhere around 500,000 messages ended up actually being allegedly leaked for the world to see. Now, this one user by the name of Nathan W. basically posted, AV Chris Tyson from Mr. Beast, massive Discord server leak, chriscott.github.io. And basically this website was timed to come out. It became such a massive thing that there were streams on Twitter, YouTube that were gaining up to around 400,000 something live viewers. Again, I don't know how these things are exactly calculated, but a lot of people were excited to see some of the wildest Discord leaks to allegedly come out. These leaks were uploaded to a GitHub where, again, anybody can download all of these. So, for example, you can see bot commands, you can see general chat all the way from 1 to 8, and a full version of the general chat all the way tabulating to 21 something megabytes. Now, if you're wondering how this is done, basically using chat exporter tools for Discord servers, you can rip off any entire server you want and basically archive it for the world to see. And one example of it was General Chat Logs number 5, where one user could actually see multiple individuals typing things out and discussing this matter. Now, for context sake, there are some censored names, and I believe those censored names belong to minors. Now, obviously, when it comes to messages like these, I really do want to say that this is all alleged. I have no way to confirm these messages, and of course, if you've ever been watching my content when I cover serious situations like this, you know that my barometer of believing a message really means if I can actually access the server and refresh things on my own. It's why I strive to actually capture my own footage, so when I do show it on my channel, I can actually sit here proudly and say, I'm not afraid of any legal backlash because what I've recorded is absolutely true and honest. But in this situation, this actual Discord rip was corroborated by one of the initial victims in the situation, Lava, who ended up saying, based on the recent screenshots and messages, I would like to say a statement about the Discord. This was 5 or 6 years ago, and I thought I had a good memory of the situation, but I was wrong. After reading the chat logs, the stuff was inappropriate and wrong. I spoke based on my memory of the situation, and I still do not remember these conversations, but they definitely happened. These conversations should not have happened with people at the age I was at the time. I strongly condemn them, and I still believe I am not a grooming victim, but these conversations should never have happened with me and any other minor in the Discord. Now, it's obviously, wild, and it's crazy to see that there is some retraction in how this person originally handled this. Obviously, they admit that these messages we're about to look into should be condemned, should never have happened. And it is kind of tough when you come across somebody who says they're not a victim, but at the end of the day, when you are a minor exposed to adults speaking in derelict, disgusting ways, ultimately, no matter what, you still are a victim of something. And I think it's absurd to say otherwise, but obviously this is a touchy subject. They also say that they've seen the leaks, and while not as nearly damning as everyone thought they would be, there's a few individuals in the leaks who deserve to be investigated. One, named Milk, who is an IRL friend of Chris and the same age as them. Was someone me, and I'm Brain Freak, of course the person who linked to this actual leaked Discord messages, grew to despise, and I'm sure he will agree with me on that. He was a disturbed individual, and we fought tooth and nail with Chris to get him banned. Which did eventually happen, and I encourage you all to read them thoroughly. So while these people are discussing this whole situation, I think it's time to rip the Band-Aid off and look through some of the more disgusting things. Now obviously, some of the amalgamations of this have been allegedly Chris the Meme God, who was Ava Tyson at the time, pre-transition. And of course you've got Discount Milk, the person that we should be watching out for, according to some of these victims. Now, one thing that we weren't able to pull from any of these Discord messages were attachments. I believe that Discord actually removes the attachments or doesn't really parse them. But when it comes to texts, these are backed up. And again, all of this is very alleged. I just want to repeat. So one of them was this attachment where Chris says, she's only 14, damn. What did you think she was? 16 and legal in some states. Oof, of course. If she's 14, I'm 14. Now, I'm not gonna lie. I'm about to throw up a little bit in my mouth because reading that absolutely disgusts every little fiber of my being right there reading that shit. Now that image, when looking through the actual Discord server leaks, ended up being an attachment to Bad Bobby, that one girl who was 14 at the time. Yeah, fucked up shit to be sharing, and especially when you got actual minors allegedly involved in a server like this. So of course, the next thing is Chris, or Chris the Meme God, sharing Shad. For anybody that doesn't remember, Shad Base, who basically has spawned his own level of controversy where a lot of creators, especially back then, were real friendly with the guy. I'm just going to contextualize it all the way back to Ava Tyson's case, okay? Shad Base was a prolific, terrible, lowly drawer out in the world, lowly artist, that ended up actually drawing real children in a very, very disgusting manner. Now, in this situation, I just want to reiterate that people who argue that this is a free speech perspective, I would say that drawing actual, people or depictions of actual children like this falls under obscenity laws in the United States, which are not, by the way, protected via free speech, okay? So, yeah, it's a pretty touchy legal subject, and if you're somebody that's such a fan of this person, I believe you should be investigated by the Federal Bureau of Investigation. But of course, when you go down into it, you can see Milk going, "Lowly God is back," referring to good old Chris the Meme God. Insane shit. Chris going, allegedly, "That's where you're wrong, kiddo." And of course, one emoji. Milk going, "Bruh, I just make my own seasoned salt out of the tears of children on Discord." And Chris somewhere down there going, allegedly, "I just eat the children." Insane. Of course, somebody here gets a little bit of fear. They said, "I don't have any issues with the channel. What I have an issue with are minors that have access to said channel." Chris goes, "Is there even a way to do that?" Milk goes, "No, not really. No." So what do we do? Remove it? Probably should if there are minor anywhere near the server. And then you got Nathan going, "No, people like it. Even if there was a way anyone can lie about their age, LMFAO." Chris is like, "Yeah, true. I mean, to be fair, the internet's full of disgusting stuff." And of course, Milk says, "Discord says that if you can't regulate it, don't have one." Shrug. "It's the responsibility of the server owner to protect minors." Chris goes, "What if I'm a parent?" "What am I, a parent?" Discount Milk goes, "Oh, lol." And Lava, in this situation, goes, "I say we get rid of it because the fan base of Beast and Chris are mostly under 18. Leave it to a child at the time to have more logical sense than the alleged coon-brained adults." Allegedly, it got messed to the point where even one of the minors allegedly messaged to Chris, "You have a massive," referring to male human genitalia. Now, it's this kind of stuff where obviously I'm going to leave it where it's at before I continuously just keep throwing up into my mouth. The reality of this situation and how it's presented is obviously if you're a child, don't be in a Discord server like this, but more importantly, if you're a parent, if you're an adult, never, ever let your children join any Discord servers where even 1% of the filth is spoken.
Talking about
It's one of the
Mr. Beast.
reasons why I'm actually very vigilant of like children in my family, whether they be related to me, my blood, or they're my friends' kids. I am very much vigilant on whenever they're on social media, especially on places like Discord, where there is an interspersed mix at times, for better or for worse, with actual adults and people under the age of 18. This kind of shit for happening allegedly by one of the largest, or at least in the proximity of one of the largest channels on the internet with a very heavy kid fan base, is something that absolutely should never have happened, and it's something that should have been watched out for, and it never should have gotten to the point where people are allegedly picking through the bones of these Discord messages. Now, obviously, since then, there's been more stuff that has come out. For instance, allegedly, Nathan W. had the NSFW logs from the Tyson server, which apparently they did not have at the moment. They misinterpreted and didn't validate the information before making statements. Now, obviously, some have speculated that maybe there was a payoff, but I think we're getting into the point of conspiracies. Now, obviously, at this moment in time, ladies and gentlemen, it is wild to see this situation blow up the way that it is. But I don't want to stick around this Ava Tyson stuff longer than it already is. I think until a third-party investigation happens, and God, I hope something comes out of it, it's probably more ideal to look into Dogpack 404's video that had those 3 massive allegations we looked at. So Dogpack 404's video pretty much becomes like a modern day content cop where they go through a lot of older Mr. Beast videos and cover across those serious allegations. For example, one of them was that these videos are very much faked, and in moments they do use CGI to apparently spice up the video and make it look more interesting than it actually is.
Host, and he clearly touches the laser here, but whatever, let's assume that it's all real time. When he reaches the bottom floor, he has to turn these water valves. Now you can tell that these valves aren't actually connected to anything because the water flows out in an instant, and it happens when he's not even touching the valve. The contestant also goes back to the first valve unaware that anything had happened, and he's still able to spin it. So the valve seems to spin freely and isn't actually connected to the flow of water. So you could assume that producers might be off camera with remote switches to trigger the flow of water. And assuming they've tested this, the producers might know how long it takes for the water to clear out of the room, so they could sort of decide on the fly how many turns of the valve it takes. Or
Now, the thing about some of this stuff is, obviously, when you make a YouTube video, you're probably going to spice things up a little bit for the audience, clearly. So whenever you have like things like CGI or more, interesting scenarios, especially when this is kind of filmed like a lower budget version of Survivor, a television show for, again, the YouTube audience, where it is reality TV based in a way, you're probably going to expect some sentence enhancers, right? Some spicy moments in the video that keep people watching. At the end of the day, this is a YouTube enterprise, and the entirety is to get people watching a video from the beginning all the way to the end. Now, obviously, in other situations, obviously, as we have seen in this, there were other people who apparently were close to Mr. Beast, allegedly being hired in this situation, that weren't entirely random. And while the receipts provided by this person ultimately have to be countered by the Mr. Beast company,
she's your hiring manager. I actually recognize a lot of people in this video, including Jimmy's own girlfriend. So yeah, the random subscribers you see in challenges are actually never random. They're almost always local to Mr. Beast, and oftentimes friends and family of Mr. Beast employees, or just the employees themselves. And when they do pull someone from outside of North Carolina, it's usually somebody who's in the industry.
It's all these things, when added together, ultimately lead people into thinking these challenges are not exactly challenges, but rather money-making ventures that ultimately aren't exactly meant to be for giving back. It's just meant to be enticing, exciting videos that ultimately do not, really give back randomly to people, allegedly in this situation. But I want to look at one case that was brought up in this video when it talks to a creator known as Rosanna Pansino, who is actually somebody that alleged to be a winner or close to the winning pool in a hide-and-seek tournament that they had, but was ultimately cut down, allegedly, in replacement of Logan Paul, a much larger creator.
But it's not. If they were having problems finding people, they can see kind of what area you're in. And they came to my area many times, and I was in the smallest cupboard. They had like big ones, medium ones, and small ones. I contorted this little 4'10" body into the smallest space, and I was in there for hours. And they didn't even open the door because they were like, a person can't even fit in there. So they went in there and they opened all the cabinets, and my heart was like, oh, they're gonna find me, they're gonna find me. And then I could hear them saying like, she's not here. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, she's not here. The other thing that they said is absolutely no climbing in the air vents or the ceiling. And they said it's because they do all their wiring in the ceiling.
So I am up here. Okay, I feel good about this spot.
If it was held accountable, especially because this was a YouTube original production, Zach would have been eliminated for cheating. He broke the rules, and guarantee you, if I climbed in the ceiling, Mr. Beast would eliminate me.
Now, at the end of the day, if this is entirely a true statement, then yeah, it is obviously shitty that a game that is hosted where there is an actual cash prize in this situation, even if that money is meant to go to the creator or is ultimately meant to be donated through the creator, the cash money present makes it a little bit sketchy. And one of the things that was brought up by Rosanna that actually caught my interest was that it was a YouTube, premium production. Now, to understand, one of the things that really piqued my head in this situation was the television show Survivor. Now, for anybody that doesn't know, Survivor is one of the longest running reality television shows out there. And throughout its entire run, there's been some controversies where it's been alleged that producers have deliberately, messed with the odds on the show to make a spicier production. But ultimately, because of the cash prizes and the fact that it is a technical game show, from my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, it was because of that they ended up getting sued over this in court. And while the actual results have been mediated in the background, it is something to raise awareness to. Earlier in the show, there was one individual known as Stacy Stillman. Now, of course, in this entire case, one actual lawsuit that actually happened all the way back in February 6, 2001, when it was at least reported, one of the survivor people, Stacy Stillman's lawsuit, ended up going against CBS. And of course, the action, which we're going to read here, arises out of the unlawful and fraudulent administration of a contest known as Survivor. The nationally broadcast television show Survivor was a so-called reality game show where a group of contestants inhabiting a tropical island were to cast votes to eliminate one by one other contestants, and a sole contestant remained. The producers of Survivor engaged in a scheme for the purpose of prearranging or predetermining its outcome by influencing, persuading, or intimidating contestants to cast votes for certain of the contestants. The unlawful scheme resulted in a premature expulsion of the plaintiff contestant, defrauded her and the viewing public, and altered the ultimate outcome of Survivor. Accordingly, the plaintiff of the former Survivor contestant, Stacy Stillman, seeks damages and restitutions on behalf of herself and the general public for the defendant's violation of law as alleged herein. So basically the allegation was that there was some serious fraud that happened, right? If it's a game show, you expect things to be fairly held. And of course, one of the things is I wanted to look at the actual laws regarding it. So according to RC, or Riverside County Law Library, illegal game show practices for 500. According to this, of course, somebody had written, the actual, person writing this, wrote Survivor, Big Brother, Amazing Race, Iron Chef, and RuPaul's Drag Race are some of the most watched reality competition shows. Apart from their personal enjoyment of the shows, what piqued their interest in writing this post was keeping it real, how the FCC fights fake reality TV shows, with something known as 47 USC 509. So what is actually said here is this came to be codified during the infamous quiz show scandals of the 1950s. So basically what it came to was that the quiz shows back then, so for instance the $64,000 question and 21 were actually apparently rigged to boost ratings. And evidence was shown that the producers would often prep contestants with answers and coach contestants to conceal deceit while they were playing. Congress had to actually step in and amend the 1934 Communications Act to outlaw the rigging of game shows. So that same law in the year 2000, when it came to legal commentators and scholars, they basically said that shows like Survivor should be held against the same standard by 47 USC 509. So when it came to this specific case, from my understanding, what should have been a slam dunk actually wasn't. The case itself was settled outside of court for an undisclosed amount. And legal scholars have noted that the narrowly tailored language of 47 USC 509 only covers reality competition shows that challenge contestants using intellectual skills, knowledge, or chance. And these would be games like Jeopardy, Wheel of Fortune, or Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Now again, here's the thing. The law is different depending on how you run a show. And you can read this on, Cornell's law school right here when it comes to 47 U.S. Code 509. Now, the thing about it is obviously I'm not a lawyer, and the reason I'm going through this is because it sounds eerily similar to something that could happen with Mr. Beast. Mudaha! Well, mama, mama. Maybe we will travel that world again. There was one time again, we were doing that thing.
It was a damning thing. We didn't even care. We rang. And then you said, I don't know. You were listening to the fools again. You were listening to the fools again for you and me to eat. Put a little love in your heart. And the world will be in mood, and the world will be in mood,
Show. Now, being the fact that these are YouTube videos, this is not something that is necessarily being broadcast on live television. So, if it's just somebody uploading a YouTube video, maybe they can kind of bend the rules and get away with it. But when it becomes a YouTube production, or as we'll look later, a Las Vegas-based production with Amazon regarding the Beast games, it becomes a bit of a different story. You know, can you necessarily alter the events of a show if it's even allegedly happening by Mr. Beast? It's one of the things that I really wish that they had 100% responded to as this video had come out 4 days ago. Because this can be a serious problem for Mr. Beast down the road if he decides to get into television or big streaming services like he already is with Amazon. If he's running a game show or a reality competition show like this where there are possible games of chance or games of intelligence. Imagine if he hosts like a trivia tournament and it turns out maybe there was some prepping behind the scenes. Does he start falling underneath this US Code 509 where he can legally be held liable by the FCC or any broadcasting wing? So again, I'm not a lawyer, and I really wish that the actual lawyers of YouTube would really look into it and see if this same kind of law would even apply to a YouTube video or online production or even a streaming platform. Maybe the law has to catch up. So the next scary part about this was the claim, the allegation of multiple illegal lotteries that Mr. Beast was holding that apparently targeted children. So let's watch this. So according to shortstack.com right here, when they were talking about, you know, the law in this situation regarding lotteries, right, which again, very, very, very key elements that you need. For instance, if you live in the US, the no purchase necessary law applies to you whether you're running a giveaway for a tiny mom and pop shop or a major national brand, okay? So according to lotteries in this situation, unless you're a government entity, hosting a lottery is a big no-no. A giveaway is considered a lottery, so again, if you're giving things away, it can become a lottery. If, for instance, you have the giveaway offers one or more prizes of value, so in the giveaway you're giving a prize, the winners of the giveaway are completely chosen at random, and the entry requires a payment of money or other consideration. And the word consideration is used loosely to cover anything that is directly or indirectly of value to the company, monetary or otherwise. So for example, you can't require a purchase be made with a sister company or sponsor in exchange for an entry. What some states deem consideration differs from others, so make sure you check with local laws to stay in compliance. So this is one of those things. If you want to effectively, you know, give things away and not have it be a lottery, you believe you actually have to get rid of one of these elements. So as long as you have all three satisfied, so the prize, the randomness, and the consideration, then you effectively fall into a lottery, which is a big no-no.
A YouTuber doesn't actually give away a prize, or in the case of these live streams, they are illegal lotteries where the only way to win a prize is by making a purchase. And obviously, I'm not a lawyer, so I'm just going to show you the law and then show you irrefutable evidence of what's being done, and you can make your own conclusions. The FTC defines a lottery as containing 3 elements: a valuable prize, random chance, and consideration, which can be time or effort, but in most cases is just payment. To successfully run a contest or a sweepstakes, you must eliminate one of these factors. A contest, for example, eliminates chance, and a sweepstakes eliminates consideration. In determining if any Mr. Beast giveaways have been illegal lotteries, we need to identify a prize, which is distributed through random chance and cannot be won without spending money. On August 2nd, 2020, Mr. Beast live streamed him and his friends signing limited edition shirts celebrating 40 million subscribers. subscribers. And here are just some of the clips from that stream.
For those of you who are just joining, if you buy one of our limited edition 40 mil special shirts, we're celebrating 40 million subscribers with a really big video, then we will sign that shirt, and some of them will get random prizes like this. In 10 minutes, right, because we gotta give them time to do their cart, we'll give 2 orders $500 each. 5 minutes, someone's getting $3 in their order. In 5 minutes, we're gonna do the same thing again. We're gonna put $1,000 in a random order. 2 minutes, newest order gets $2,000. Good luck, everybody.
So those amount of clips that we saw, basically people would be buying a shirt, they would put in a prize, and it would randomly be given out. So that's where the allegation of an illegal lottery comes at. Now obviously with a child fan base and obviously allegedly having an illegal lottery, it's a serious thing that whoever legally works for Mr. Beast has to entirely cover. Now I have no doubt that Mr. Beast probably has some of the best lawyers and a legal team out there, and this is probably even vetted so many times over by their legal team. And of course, that's entirely up to them to respond to this allegation that's being made. Based on what I've just seen, I actually kind of can see where Dogpack is coming from, right? This is basically, you know, in my opinion, it is something dodgy. And I don't know whether it was legal that maybe cleared up and said, it's fine. Or whether Mr. Beast or somebody on the production side of teams decided on the fly, because it's a live stream, maybe it's worth jumping down this hole. But if you have children in your audience and you are potentially running an illegal lottery, that should never have happened in the first place. And this is where obviously when you touch upon the mind when it comes to gambling, that's where it gets really scary. That's where it gets fucking unethical, and that's where you have to watch out for this kind of shit. You know, it reminds me back to a situation I looked at years ago with people like Jake Paul and RiceGum, where we actually looked at these online loot box websites where they were given prizes all the way from like stickers to like the most expensive LA realty, like worth $250 million or some crazy insane amount. And the thing about it is, obviously when you're exposing children or really anybody to something like that, where they get that rush of winning a prize randomly, that is something where you're tapping into a part of somebody's mind that is incredibly addictive, and especially... It's Muda!
Hilly. I sent you an invite.
Yeah, look, we both fell through the stage. Damn. We have returned. Spider-Man and Venom killing each other off. Dang. I hit the wrong button, damn it. Now I've lost my ability.
A nice deep freeze.
I have discovered a nest of mechanical arachnids.
Whoa, I died so fast. Damn. There's so much going on at once, it's so hard to keep track of anything. So slow. Look how slow you are on foot. You can't move faster than that. See, I don't want to do that. I want to go behind them and land on them with the slam, but I don't know.
Going in. Yeah, it was a pet. Watch this pass. I knew what I was doing. Sure. Take that off. Shake it off. No, Pop. Oh, we're just out. Sure. Ah! George! Let's go. Ball up. that'd be yum. What up, Bones? Hello, Nicole. Thank you, Nicole. Son of a bitch! Hello, twin. Hello, B. I remember the days we were like boys in the blue, smoking you. I believe I can fly. Ah! No! No! How did I miss that? What? Put it in. No! Sure! Jesus. Wake up! Oh my God. I hit the wrong button. Sometimes you play hard, sometimes you get the win, sometimes you put the other team on their feet, and we left a lot of goals out there. I thought, you can lose games like that, missing some of the shots I missed. It doesn't matter how many we won by today, but we gotta make those in the future. If we don't make those in the future, we can lose some games out there. All slow down, precision, calculation, getting a feel to drive straight, getting angles back, getting timing back. Damn it! Took the goalie out. No! Rico! FaZe Clan in this bitch! FaZe Clan! Undertaker! He went old school on your ass, BC. He put you back in the shitter. Ugh. Don't leave the back door open, slut! Fucking overdrove it! How the hell did I do that? Slut! No! How the hell did that happen? Like overdriving everything, missing everything. Oh! Poor shit. Fuck FaZe Clan! They went toilet bowl on you. Sure. They did good. They did damn good. Trinidad! What? Yeah! Oh, back door was open. They leave Silver Front. They had back end guy was lagging around and really can't open the door for us late. What? Oh, Jaywalker! Oh! He went high glass. He said, give him the shot. Sure! All up! No! How do I keep doing that? Sure! Sure! Yeah! You're looking at him! Jingle bells! Blah! Corn! Shit, I had the fucking wrong angle. Shit! Ugh. Sure! Son of a bitch! No! I fucking misjudged it again. No! Jar! You know, I left the door open at times, and you know, we took advantage of the of some, you know, mistakes on their part, and they were a rough team, and we stood toe to toe and kind of stayed to the end, and kind of was a good win for us. We're very confident about that win. We really wanted that win, and you know, we've done a lot of things to kind of keep the speed up. I think, you know, probably over the course of the last 7 races, I've had a lot of missed opportunities that I'd like to clean up. And there's some things that I need to get down pat, and you know, more mental errors than anything, and maybe some speed issues. But I think you gotta like that you have those opportunities, and you gotta learn to cash it in, and kind of putting a new move into the profile is kind of what's next, and kind of getting down pat some positioning and seeing how we look over a course of time. Thank you. We are the lives. We are the matter. How about we do how about we do a hoops too? Earl Grey! What up? Blah, 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 blah. Hoop dreams! Shut your blackout! Let's do it!
Ho, ho, ho.
Green Giant.
I was trying to hit it over. I'm going for ball. No! Sure! Hey, you Earl. Michael. Ah. Sure. Oh! There you go, there you go, there you go. Sure. That's going in. We ain't dead yet. Smoda. It's Muda. What up, Schmidt? I've been looking for you. What happened to you last night? Jordan! For the tie! Jor! Jordan! up, BC? Gonzo says, what's Servap show? Oh, shit. Son of a bitch. No! Good save. Best game. Bitches on Dion. You know, I thought we went out there, you know, we played hard. It's been a while since we've been on that court. You know, the rush showed, but I thought the energy was there. It was high octane. We had some shots. We had some defensive fallouts, but, you know, sometimes you're going to have that. And, you know, we did what we had to do. We stayed inside, and, we were proud of the way we played at times. Liar! Good hit, good hit, good hit. Short! Ball up. Jordan! No! Jordan! I call that scoops. You know, we played rough. You know, they were all over us. They were speeding around. No! You hit me out of range, BC. Going in! Sure! Oh, my shit just... Blah!
Ho, ho, ho.
Green Giant.
You know what it is, bitch! Reboot!
Ho ho ho.
Green Giant.
You damn right! Hunts, let me reconnect. Let me reconnect. I'm back! And I'm better than bowling! They go ahead to report me! No! No! I'm going for ball! Ball up! Ball up! Ball up! Sure! Where you at, Gonzo? Get that shit off your lip. We're going in. Ball up. Let's go, BC. Sure. No. Yeah! Ball up! Ugh! Tickle the twine! Son of a bitch! We're going in! Oh shit, what a hit! Sure! Ugh! Bully ball! Somebody get Gonzo up here! Tournament in 20! Let's D up! No, you know, I thought they played well. You know, I thought they drove well. I thought they were on it. I mean, you got to give both of those guys credit. You know, they came in ready to play, and we were a better team today. You know, we were in there, and it's what we wanted. We wanted to kind of leave an impression. We've had trouble on that field before. We thought that they put up a great fight. They will be back, You know, it's not the end of them. You know, we kind of had a game plan. They got a little bit off course late, but I think sticking to the defensive philosophy at times has been our strength, and it's allowed us to produce wins. And you know, for that, we're happy for that. I got ball, I got ball, I got ball. Let's go, regroup, regroup, regroup. You know, as far as tournaments go, I think we've had a couple off-brand tournament, you know, teammate guys until we get our normal group back together. So not having our normal guys out there, communication's been rough. But we're going to give it a stab, and we're going to see what happens. Should have kicked you out? I sent you an invite. We won in the 3v3 circuit. You know, I can't put a thumb on it. You know, which one we necessarily play stronger in. It always helps to have that goalie and have two men in. I always say a third could make you a lot stronger if done properly. But you know, a two-man team could be dangerous in the right situations, and you know, we're testing the waters with that, and we're seeing where we're at. That was my fault. I was driving too fast. This is Rocket League, says MF Muda. It's Muda. Oh, we got some splashy bitches on us tonight. It's Luda! AEB! You're a jokester! I remember when you were playing around in here. What happened to that person? Was that a fake? Was that a fraud? Who was that? You say hi to everybody, this, that. Be thankful for what you got. All of a sudden you blew up, you turned into goddamn fucking Larry Sanders. I don't know what kind of shit you're running over there, and to treat me like Jim Crick in that spot, that's some horse shit. Y'all can take that back to fucking Philly as far as I'm concerned. Calculated. Fuck. Enter life off the Neverland. Off to never gone. No. Huh. There's no turbo. Hello, beautiful. Thank you, Annalyn. No, it went off BC. No. 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 Jar. No. No. In a life off to Neverland. Off to fucking Schmitten, man. Off to Neverland.
It was good, Pesci.
Shit. What up, brother? I didn't think I'd ever see you again.
What's that supposed to be?
No, I thought, I'm talking about on what is today? Tuesday? I'm talking about on the weekday. I thought you work on the weekday.
No, I don't. I get a weekend off and I get a regular day off.
Oh, okay.
Unless I like request it, they give me like the same one probably.
Yeah, I did a wrestling show, or not just a wrestling show. We did a talking about different YouTube shit earlier. Before Reverend went to bed. Tournament, is it tournament time? But we got time for one more, I think. Where you at? You at the bar?
Yeah.
What's it called? Or unless you're not allowed to say. Spuddies? He said, yeah. You still there? Cormac?
Yeah. I thought you said one more. I was starting to roll up a final J, dude.
No, I'm saying tournament. Before the tournament. One more before the tournament.
What's the tournament?
3 card tournament.
Oh. I don't play this. I mean, I don't have the. I don't have the shit to play it. You know.
Yeah.
I wish. I'd love to play that shit. I don't have the component. The system.
Damn, don't watch this replay. You know, we're going to have to play hard if we're going to want to win this tournament. We're going to have to play strong. We're going to have to play available. Who are you? Who? Can't believe football's pretty much here.
Yeah, this Thursday starts the first preseason ones.
We have not seen Mountain Timer in a few weeks, or a week or two, ever since the drunken night. I always predict these things. After a drunken display like that, order usually disappears for a few days.
I missed Mountain Timer, or
Well, he's been gone for like ever since that night.
Oh,
I don't know if you
yeah.
were here that night. He was the John Jones fight.
Oh yeah, I heard about it. Yeah, I wasn't here though. But I think it's September 8th, the official football it starts. That Thursday. I mean, yeah, I'm excited for football, man. I'm tired of baseball. I'm tired. I don't think I'm playing fantasy football this year, so I'm probably just gonna gamble more. Like,
That's what I always tell people. That's why I never played fantasy, is because I gamble.
it's fun. Like say like your crew. Like if people played, and, you know, you did like a $10, $15 buy-in, it'd be fun, you know. But it's either if it's too small of a group or too big of a group where it gets all fucky, you know. It's
You want to? I'll tell you an interesting story. And only my
I
uncle,
like fantasy football. You know, it's a fun.
my Uncle Randy can tell you this. I'll tell you an interesting one. First time when I ever played fantasy football, it was done on pencil and paper.
Yeah, that's where it's crazy.
My uncle was writing it down, and the way they did fantasy football is you wrote it on a book. There was no. The internet wasn't even a thing the first time I played fantasy football. Meaning there was computers, but no internet. And if there was, we didn't have no access to it, or, you know what I mean? It wasn't the monster it was. Maybe it was in development.
Man, that motherfucker knew how to do math, dude, because that shit's like a lot of fucking math. Which I'm sure it wasn't as in-depth, but still, yeah, just like the... I've always used whatever the ESPN app or whatever, and it does all the shit for you. You know, it's a.
Yeah, see, and that's funny is that's when I haven't played fantasy in a long time because I've always bet. So I haven't even played since they put it on, the phone.
It's the easiest one to do because I knew a motherfucker. He played fantasy basketball, and talk about that. That's a difficult one because there's games like, well, I mean multiple games, but I mean like. Different days of the week, like football. At least is like you can keep track because it's 3 days that they play, or there's a chance of playing.
But yeah, first time I ever played fantasy football, it was before internet. You literally had to know players yourself. You know what I mean? I always was good at it because I always played the video games when I was young. And I watched.
You already knew kind of the ranking, I
was really into the show Inside the NFL when I was a kid, so I knew all like the names and the people
and. I just mean the dude that ran the league, dude. How complicated that was, if he was doing it honestly, like.
Yeah, I remember I was a kid the first time I played it. My uncle took care of all that. Gonzo said, "What's happening?" Liar!
Even to score that without computers, like talk about how that's a difficult fucking thing to do,
2 minutes, 40 seconds till it starts. Oh my, I expect a good showing out there. We played in these things, we've been in these things. We've had a kind of a rough month when it comes to tourneys. Haven't played in as many as we'd like to. Trying to get the feet wet once again. And I think, once the feet get wet, you start to kind of get more hungrier, and we're hoping to grab one soon. We'd like to get a duels one in time, kind of a goal of the team, and, we've had it on there for a while. Thank you. We are... AEW tomorrow. AEW.
Was that shit getting any better? I don't know.
No, I mean they've kind of flatlined. Meaning they're just kind of just average.
I mean, NXT definitely got a little. I mean, I haven't watched the show, but I just like see it. I'll look up the results for it.
I want to know what some of the ratings are of some of the other shows that are beating it, just to get an idea of what's a high number nowadays. I remember the days.
I mean, AEW have just set against themselves though, because you know, like they're like on like a primetime channel, you know, where it might not be a primetime product, you know.
And a lot of people just don't have cable. I'm a firm believer that AEW's got more people watching them than what's being said. Because I mean,
it's through like the internet and shit. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's
we
true.
Could have, say I'm doing a watch along. There could be 12 people in here watching it, and none of them.
Yeah, I don't have cable no more. I don't have.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So you could have 12 people watching AEW. You know, you could have thousands of people like that around the world that just aren't getting counted for. There could be 25 people. There could be many Discords showing that shit. Now, some people like to have the pay-per-view. Like they won't deal with buffering. They don't want to be behind either. You know, social media reasons, whatnot.
I'm always thankful if I get a free one, so I don't care.
Sure, I don't care for. Yeah, I couldn't imagine paying $60 for an AEW pay-per-view. If 6 people wanted to throw 10 on it, sure. But 6.
I mean, that's how it used to be, man. Like when I was a kid, like my dad wouldn't pay for a WWE, but it was like, at that point it was like, oh, we're gonna get pizza, and like 6 motherfuckers are gonna show up and pay $10 each, you know, like.
Oh yeah.
Also, that's when people like actually cared about shit, you know. I don't really care about nothing, you know. So.
Well, that's why WWE was smart putting their shit on Peacock, because I would have never paid for their shit either. You don't even get a free replay after the AEW pay-per-view, says Gonzo.
Oh, for real? I mean, at least there used to be always a time where I knew people, that's when you throw the VHS in. It'll be like the second time around of the WWF shit, where it's like, oh, they'll film it then, you know, and like you pass around to your friends, you know. That's bullshit. You can't even rewatch it if you bought the AEW one. Like,
he said a free replay, meaning if you buy it, you don't even get a replay if you maybe miss some shit and you wanted to rewatch it.
I feel like most shit, if you buy it now, I thought you get it for at least like a day or two, you know, where there's no hours, you know.
Name of the team we're playing is D's Nuts. No, it is. It says D's Nuts.
You're on YouTube?
Yeah.
So, some 10-year-old kids, these nuts are.
Son of a bitch. Gonzo said I worked Saturdays back then, so I would miss the first hour. There it is, BC. There it is. There it is. Two in the pig and one in the stink. Gonzo style.
Hell yeah, boys.
Hell yeah, boys. It feels like a Tuesday today. You know what I mean? Kind of quiet.
Oh, I definitely hear.
No! Damn it! No turbo. Son of a bitch, man. What? No! Can't believe I missed that. Can't believe I missed that. Some fucking slut shit, man. Puh! Boss man has entered the build. Tuh. 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 You there, McCormick?
Yep.
Son of a bitch! Yes! I call that the Stinkinator! I call that the boss man, the wannabe, the stickler, the jokester, the laughing guy, the mistress. Damn, they almost put that in. Hey! You can tell them guys to beat it. We just set a good team on packing, boys.
One down, more to go.
Hell yeah. You know, you gotta give credit where credit is due. We fought hard. They were a good team. Ball was everywhere. A lot of speed issues. But we're glad to be going to round 2. We're going to assess a game plan. We're going to try to stick to it. Defense is going to be the key in future rounds. And we know the competition is going to be just as strong. And we're willing to, do what we got to do to make the defensive stops and hopefully get a win here in the second round.
2 claps. God bless America on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Green Giant.
Hell yeah.
God bless America.
I was going to play an air horn and it didn't work.
Oh.
I did a sound. You couldn't hear it, but I did a sound effect after you did the God Bless America.
This is a certified hood classic.
Oh yeah? Well, screw you guys. I'm going home.
Let's get this.
Ho, ho, ho.
Green Giant.
Uh-oh. Looks like we got ourselves some sweats, boys. Yeah, BC said sweat cars. I just said the same thing. Looks like you got a little bit of moisture on them rims, boys. I'm playing for blood. They better bring everything they got. I'm going for ball. Son of a bitch. Off angle. Whoa! I think that was our own guy put it in. All right, don't let him scare you, BC. Don't let them scare you. They know what they're doing. Sure. Oh shit! Jacob Waters! What up, brother? What up, Frankie? Stop in Discord, Bobby!
Oh, Jacob.
Jaywalk, stop in Discord.
Hey, what's up, Jaywalks? Jacob, Jaywalks? We got all the names here.
Let's talk about a couple things. What the? Son of a bitch! Son of a bitch. No turbo.
They had to get it off the fucking buckle there, or whatever, the post, yeah.
John.
Two to make it, three to kill it, man. You guys aren't too far behind.
Hell yeah. Yeah, and this bitch-ass trick wanted to quit. We're one away. Little slut. Quitter. I got ball.
Time to play.
Set up. Damn it. All I had to do was hit it right there and we were fucking back. Son of a bitch. No! Damn it! We gave him a hell of a game late. Hell of a game late. That slut. They didn't destroy us. We were in that. Get in there, Jaywalks. That goddamn basement dwelling bastard. Damn, it's 12:20 already. Must be platinum ranked to advance. What? Cheers. Tonight we made what I like to call home style chicken. It was a White Castle chicken rings cooked in the air fryer, put on some Mama Ray buns, little potato salad from the 1960s, and some jam.
But I want to try that chocolate milk you were showing the other day, man.
Oh, that shit's great, man. It's from Borden.
Yeah, I don't think they have it around me. You know, it's probably a regional thing.
Well, Punch claims they got it by him.
Oh.
I think.
Oh yeah. If Gonzo gets it, I'm pretty sure I probably
Gonzo
can
says
get
we
it.
have Borden.
Yeah. I'll have to look for it. Yeah.
Yeah, try
It got a cow, brown cow on it, right?
Because I tell people, it's not just chocolate milk, it's chocolate milk. You got to get this specific one. Because they all taste different. For real. Because sometimes I'll get other ones and I'm like, yeah, I mean, they're good, but they're not, dude. This shit, I was killing gallons a day at one point.
I mean, I used to always make it at the house. I never bought chocolate milk when I was younger. I always just had I buy the chocolate syrup and get like a...
Yeah, it tastes way better than that, but I've
for real?
done that before. I've done that before.
And I guess when I was in school, they probably had chocolate lunch for like, but I never drank. I never drank
No,
it.
get in here. Stop at Discord. Jake's gone. I mean, gone. Yeah, Borden does, they do a strawberry and a chocolate, but get the chocolate. He'll see what I'm talking about. And make sure it's cold.
Yeah. I ain't gonna drink no more.
important.
I ain't gonna drink no more warm chocolate milk.
Well, no, some coolers at certain gas stations aren't that
No,
cold.
I know what you
And you
mean.
can always bring it home and put it in the fridge for like an hour and then drink it. But you want to drink it cold.
Yeah, chocolate milk's like beer. That's like beer, you know. You don't want to drink
Up in
that shit.
Discord, Jay walks. God damn it. These stupid ass sluts. Sorry, ladies. Gonzo said apparently Borden isn't around much anymore.
I know the logo you showed, Pesci, where like it's like the cow with the like, horns and whatever.
Yeah,
It looked familiar, but
sure.
I guess probably most milk companies have fucking a cow and
Yeah,
shit
he's
as their
gonna look
logo.
familiar. Yeah, cow, milk, yeah. You might have that.
They got fancy milk. I haven't seen too many people have it no more. But it used to be by me where it would be like you still got like an old ass like milkman dropping the milk off, you know. I'm pretty sure it was expensive as fuck though.
Nice shot, BC. Are you going to be a Bears guy this year, McCormick?
Oh yeah, I'm a Bears guy probably every year.
Okay, I didn't know if you were. Oh, so you're a real fan of it. Okay.
Yeah, man. When I was a real little kid, I was a big Brett Favre Packers fan, and everyone just like made fun of me. Like I hated it, you know.
Well, see, there you go. I've always been a Browns fan. I was never like
Even my dad, like, he's like, no, you can't do this. You know, it ain't acceptable. You know. But I had family from Wisconsin, so I'd always get like Packers shit as gifts and shit. You know, like. You know, people that give you the like, you know, where like, your family they think they gotta give you a nice gift, but it's some bullshit ass like they see when they're leaving fucking Walmart and shit. You know.
Yeah, but sometimes football stuff could be cool.
I always got Packers shit, and I didn't really want it then at that point.
They could have been sold out at Dominic's back in the day. Guy's name is Linsanity. I fucked that up. I should have made that goal, BC. I'm fucking up. I'm playing like Reverend.
That's funny, dude.
Reverend said he loves his job.
Gonzo talking Dominic's. It was like the old school like grocery store when I was younger, And they used to have I think they still do it, but it was like Taste of Chicago, where you could pay a bunch of, like, you could buy tickets, you could go try a bunch of food and shit. It was like downtown. It was a cool event, you know. I'm just talking bullshit.
No, it's all right. Wow, what a play by them. Get in there, Jay Walks. I couldn't see anything, man. Sure. How the hell did I miss that? What the hell? I got goal. Dude, I'm missing some easy shit here. All right, we're back in it, JP. We're back in it.
Hey, in it to win it. I never lost faith in you guys. Do it for America.
We're back! Finkel, little star.
You're back and better than bowling, dude.
Way better.
I'm back. And
I'm
better than bowling.
And I'm better than Barkley. Shit. Set up. Shit. Oh, he blew me up. He blew me up. Wow.
What's up, gentlemen?
What up?
Hello, boss man.
I had to pull a rev this evening, go to the airport.
You fell asleep at the airport?
Oh, I had to go. I don't think you were here that night. He said he had to pick his brother up at the airport. Yeah, my daughter came back from Virginia today.
Oh, surprised you?
No. She went out there to stay 2 months with her boyfriend to make sure everything went okay before she moves. And then halfway through is when that stuff with my dad happened. So she came to West Virginia. And I had to take her back, but she's only going to be here. Let's see, 3 months, and then she's moving back there.
Son of a bitch.
It's gonna be weird not having her around.
I'd imagine.
But at least now we have FaceTime and that kind of stuff, so it's a little bit easier.
McDonald's Bandits were the winners.
What'd you? Oh no.
The name of their team was McDonald's Bandits.
No, I thought you said McDonald's banned some shit. I was like, what'd they fucking ban? You know?
All right, that's fine, BC. Last one. Thought Jay Walks was popping in. Sure. Go straight out of the Bill Belichick playbook.
Put that in your highlight reel, brother.
Hey, so Pesci, I was listening to radio, YouTube McCormick, but these guys were saying that Belichick will definitely be a coach next year. I can't picture that for some reason.
Well, it's possible, but you would have thought they would have done. You would have thought they had done it by now. I mean,
he wants full control. He doesn't want there to be a general manager. He wants to do both, and a lot of owners aren't up with that, or down with that, I should say. But and then when you look at when he was basically the de facto general manager in New England, his draft classes sucked. He wasn't good at drafting.
Preseason starts this week, so I mean it'd be way too late. I think to bring him in as a coach. You know.
No. They said next year. They said he'll
Oh.
definitely be a coach next year. I'm like, I don't know, man. I don't see it. It's like, it's almost like the NFL has passed him by. You know, his style. What do you think, Pesci?
I don't think he'll get full control ever again. Coaching, I think.
No teams could give him full, complete control.
He might coach defense somewhere again.
I don't think he'll go for that because he wants to beat Shula's record.
Yeah, because I would say if he went that logic, yeah, he'd go like one of those teams where it's like he'd do like both. Like, I mean, obviously they'd have coordinators, but like where he'd be like offense and defense. But he's not going to be on some shitty losing team. You know, that's going to be offering what he wants. You know, it'd have to be a real prime spot. You know, like some team that barely makes it this year, where it'd be like, a coach would barely make a difference. But I don't know. I think in NFL, like a head coach nowadays, yeah, a good defensive coordinator, and
he's not going to do anything other than head coach though, because he's already proven himself as defensive coordinator.
If I was him,
if you look at
him,
his
unless
draft,
I was hard up for money, I don't know why I would do it. I don't think he's hard up for money. He got some young talent, dude. He got a young chick and shit.
Yeah, but no, he wants to beat Shula's record. That's all it's about.
That's stupid.
Yeah, that picture of him leaving that chick's house like 5 in the morning. That was pretty funny. And I'm just thinking, did she leak that footage? I mean,
I think they were on the trails by then. I mean, even during that Tom Brady roast on Netflix.
Yeah.
Like they made like Belichick jokes, but you know, like I think it was before like the main leak of like him with that young ass chick, where it was like confirmed, you know, that he was like.
No.
I think it was always speculated, but that was like what confirmed it, you know.
Yeah, but that had come out before the roast, the video.
Okay,
but yeah, I'm pretty sure because I think they said something about that.
No, I would definitely be wrong. So yeah.
But I'm thinking, who leaked that video? Unless it was like, does Ring have all your videos and they could? You know, is it all stored in a cloud? Or did the chick leak it? Or did Belichick leak it? You know, I don't know.
You never know. There might be some TMZ that follows Belichick, you know, like a high profile.
All right,
I mean,
brother.
I would say he's
Have a
more
good
of a
night.
celebrity than a coach.
Yeah, he is.
Later, J-Wax.
Yeah, I just remember Brady got really pissed off when they told the Robert Kraft joke, and he said that was off limits.
It was funny. They roasted all those like dead teammate jokes and everything else.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I think that Aaron Hernandez. I mean, I think there's hard sympathy for that guy. You know, talk about being a fucking moron, dude. Like, even if you're about that life, like still trying to be like a gangbanger and shit. At that point, you make enough money where your friends can go out and shoot the motherfucker. You don't have to be there. You know.
Yeah.
It's not even like putting out a hit. Like he was like participating in like man, you're a moron, dude. It's a perk of being in the NFL. You know?
Yeah. The only thing that bothered me about that in the roast was, what if that guy, the guy that got killed, what if his family was watching?
Yeah.
I'm sure they wouldn't think it was funny, you know. But that's the way it goes with comedy, you know, especially a roast. You got to be thick-skinned.
I mean, you think all the OJ shit in the past, you know, anything in the past. Not including OJ, I mean, where Nicole Brown Simpson.
Well, the OJ one was actually funny. They did, so on Saturday Night Live, Norm MacDonald was on Weekend Update.
Oh, yeah.
And they kicked the show off, right? And they had a picture of OJ Simpson. And Norm MacDonald goes, well, it's official. Murder is now legal in the state of California.
State of California.
And that's how they led off the show, and everybody was going nuts.
You know that's how he got kicked off. I mean, supposedly why he got kicked off was because the head NBC guy was boys with OJ, and they play golf and shit. And like at first it was funny, but I guess then like the guy was like, no, we have to like yeah. I mean, Norm Macdonald I think is one of the greats. You know, top 10 at least. Yeah. Probably my top 5. But I mean, like one of the greatest comedic guys. But yeah, he was never meant to be like a mainstream guy. You know. Yeah, I would say like him, Farley.
I used to like Dennis Miller on Weekend Update.
Yeah, I wouldn't put him. I wouldn't put him in my top 5 though.
No, I'm just saying I liked him. I thought he did a good job. Yeah, some of those Weekend Updates were so funny, man. And I haven't watched Saturday Night Live in years. The last time I watched it just wasn't funny. Like I didn't even crack a smile.
Well, it's so not even situational anymore. It's so pandering almost. I mean, I mean, they'll occasionally have like a good, like old, like somebody you'd think was like, oh, that's somebody you enjoy, but a lot of it's so much like, well, also is a different demographic they're trying to like cater to now, you know.
Yeah.
It'd be like saying you don't like the music on something, you know. It's like, well, it's just passed you by, you know. It's yeah, definitely Saturday Night Live musical guest. I have no clue what.
Yeah.
I never really cared for the musical guest segment when I was younger.
Well, they used to always have like it depends the time.
Well, when John Belushi came back for the Halloween special,
is that your last one, BC?
When Belushi came back for the Halloween special, he wanted Fear to play. And
oh yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, and they didn't know who Fear was, so they let him bring. Oh my gosh, it didn't even air out here in the West Coast, and that's where all the Fear fans were, you know. And Lauren, what's his name?
Lauren
Michaels. He called and said, "Cut it, don't show anymore."
So I know the other famous one is the Sinead O'Connor, right? She had the where she tore up a picture of the Pope, you know. Which I find that, I mean, it's still offensive, but not as offensive as that Olympics opening shit, you know. Like,
yeah. And then what got me about that is they tried to say, "Oh, it wasn't."
I think me and you have already talked about, you know, like what our thoughts.
It was totally the Last Supper. They had to admit, yeah, it was the Last Supper.
Yeah. And if you're not going to do that to everything, don't do that to anything.
Yeah.
Right? That's my attitude for like, should that, you know, if you're not going to do it to one thing, if you can't do it to one, like, everything has to be equal, you know. If you're going to make fun of shit.
Yeah.
What up, Herman?
Yeah, it's like, I know they would never do that with Islam.
No, yeah. I think that was my joke to you, was the hairy guy spreading you on a prayer rug, you know. They're not going to do that, you know. Even though I've enjoyed some of the Olympic, the basketball's been a little interesting. They haven't done much track and field. That's the shit I like, where the shot put and shit. I like that type of stuff.
Really?
Oh yeah, long jump and stuff that's like real, like athletic. You know, like where it's like, oh, that's like a like you gotta be the. I guess swimming, but swimming is boring. But I mean that classifies it. You know, or like some shit where you have to be the best. You know, because even though I like it because it's like NBA basketball players and shit like that, basketball is like not like a. That's like a. You can't just. I guess you can win on one skill, but it's a. I don't know. I feel it's different than like the sports and field type shit. You know?
I like the Winter Olympics so much better. I like. I love watching the luge and the bobsled.
Hockey.
Those are my favorite. Oh, curling's great. Yeah.
The Jamaican bobsled team with John Kennedy. Cool runnings.
Yeah. No, I used to love watching the luge, and when I was a kid, man, because we had snow back then in West Virginia. It snowed all the time, so we would get on our runners' sleds and lie back like we're on the luge. It was cool. And then they have the one where they actually face forward. I forget what it's called. Something that starts with an S. But it's like luge, only you're going head first instead of feet first. I don't know how much I'd feel comfortable doing the two-man luge. That's a little too close for comfort. Unless it was male, female.
Well, so you gotta trust your like body weight distribution, dude. You know, that was the last Winter Games, right? Where the dude he flipped out of the fucking thing and I think the guy died, but I mean he hit the fucking wall hard as hell, you know. I don't know. I didn't mean to bring it down like that, but I mean there's something like that. You know?
Yeah, I mean you met that wall was just solid ice.
It's called dude. Skeleton, boss man.
Skeleton, yeah, I knew it started with an S. Yeah, skeleton. Yep. Good job, BC.
Yes,
yeah, I like watching that kind of stuff.
You got a lot of fans of the Winter Games here. Yeah.
And sometimes the long jump and stuff is cool when they wipe out.
No, I just like the shit where they chuck shit. It's like a dude chucking a fucking spear or some shit. That's I feel like that's a real fucking athletic fucking.
You're talking about the javelin?
Yeah.
He said chucking a spear. Oh.
That the discus, all that shit. You know, the real that's a real Olympic shit. You know?
Yeah.
All right, good games, BC. I remember the days. Well, they got a big weekend this weekend in Cleveland. I wonder if they already started the festivities. I wonder if the WWE is going to be doing some stuff just, local before SummerSlam, signing.
I think they usually do a weekend.
That's this year, Pesci, in Cleveland?
Yep.
And I was thinking it was next year.
Well, and it's this weekend. Oh,
I might have to drive downtown tomorrow, see what it looks like down there.
Herman's honking.
I wonder what, dude, there's not really, I couldn't imagine them staying in any of those hotels downtown. I mean, they probably are like, oh, shit.
I may have already said this, but my oldest daughter, her fiance, and he just wanted to hang out on Sunday. So
Gonzo says, I keep seeing people talking crap about Cleveland on the internet. Not shocked? I'm trying to think where Roman Reigns, I wouldn't be surprised if they're staying in a hotel that's not even in this state and they're just coming up here when they have to. They'll drive 2 hours So I'm trying to think what hotel you'd stay in downtown. You know, there's a couple nice ones to like the average Joe, but not to like.
And where the Marriott, you know.
I can't think of any great hotels downtown that a wrestler would stay at. They're on their buses. Yeah, that would make sense. There might be one or two of them that's like cool with just staying in any hotel or something, but the wrestlers probably not a whole lot for them to do down there. What are they saying, Gonzo? They saying there ain't shit over here for them to do? But fucking drugs and drink? That fucking casino ain't even fucking clean enough for them to go into. That bitch is a fucking criminal fucking organization in that bitch. That's where I met one of my dog shit guys was in there. Let me top my drink off real quick. We are.
I saw some weird people downtown McCormick for the Comic Con. Ooh, pretty scary stuff. You there, McCormick? Tessie, can you hear McCormick?
Huh? What'd you say? What?
Sorry, I was going to get some more water.
Yeah, Bob, now he's taking a dump.
Did you say something, McCormick?
Yeah,
I couldn't hear you.
I was walking away to get some water, and I heard you ask a question, but I was already far enough where I was going to turn back around. You know.
Yeah. No, I don't know if you heard me. I said that we went downtown Sunday and not really thinking about it being Comic Con. It was a nightmare trying to find parking.
I mean, that's gonna be Chicago in a couple week or two. The Democratic National Convention.
Yeah.
Bullshit.
Are you going?
I ain't going. What do you mean I'm going?
I didn't know if you were going to stand outside with a sign or something.
No, I ain't gonna do shit.
I'm just asking. I don't know. Fucking sheriff was at the Capitol waving a Trump flag and a pistol.
I don't care that much either way to do any no shit like that, dude.
Gonzo said, "Tee."
Ho ho ho.
Green Giant.
We are.
That's some shit I'm surprised Schmidt didn't come through.
What's funny was my one dude who didn't know Schmidt. Schmidt used to, before, this is before the dude doesn't know who Jake is, so Schmidt would come in talking like Jake, and my buddy asked me if Schmidt was slow. And I go, no, he's pretending to be a slow guy. Then he goes, oh. He goes, damn, that's kind of fucked up. Gonzo said spot on. Yeah, I usually am if I have to be. You know what's crazy is it's Royal, or no, it's not Royal Rumble, it's SummerSlam. Yeah, I couldn't imagine the wrestlers hanging out. Like right now, the wrestlers are probably all in like New York, hanging out somewhere, and like we'll go to Cleveland tomorrow. It's only a couple hours. Is he slow? LOL, says BC. Well, because he'd always come in and go hello, and then he'd always say like that same 4 Jake lines. But the guy that would hear him say that didn't know who Jake was. So he thought that was really Schmidt. Because he was talking smart to one day and he goes, oh, he doesn't. He goes, that guy's fine. He doesn't talk like that all the time. I'm like, no.
Ho ho ho.
Green Giant.
So, Pesci, you gonna be on tomorrow?
Yeah. A-Dub.
Yeah. I hit you guys up tomorrow, man.
Later, McCormick.
Have a good night, boss man. Have a good night, Pesci.
Well, you know what that sound means.
Ho ho ho.
Green Giant.
Final Jizzy. Rico Suave edition. We do have some reports that there is some bad red rope licorice circulating in the crowd. I guess while I'm smoking my final J, we'll listen to the rest of the Mudahar. It's Muda. Muda. Yeah, they're like, is he slow? I'm like, not really.
Addictions to have, it's not a good fucking look.
Would you guys prefer? Would you prefer that we throw money in random orders, or that we throw items in random orders? Yeah.
Somebody screamed in chat, I want to switch.
Hey.
Buy a shirt.
In 30 minutes, we are giving away my car to someone that buys merch.
Which each giveaway is its own independent event. You can't give one prize to someone who buys something and a different prize to someone in chat. The prize where you have to buy something is still an illegal lottery.
So again, another good point being raised, all right? When you're running an event like this, and you know, I've looked at giveaway sites where obviously sweepstake websites where even if you are incentivized to buy tickets, there usually is a mail-in option. Now, with the mail-in option, you might argue and say, yeah, it's more annoying getting a postcard and like filling it out and actually, you know, sending it by snail mail. maybe that actually costs money. I mean, if you think about it,
Actually,
it's not even a free
do you know
option.
anyone
You
going
still
to
have to buy
SummerSlam?
shit, put it together, and spend your
No.
time sending it out.
I do not.
Sometimes it can actually be more expensive than just buying a ticket outright. So yeah, there's some
It's too
ethical
expensive.
concerns right
I
there.
don't
But
like
yeah, if
wrestling
you're
enough
running
to
an
spend the
event where
money
you're
they
giving
wanted.
things away, I believe
Yeah.
every
Just to
single
go by
item
myself.
has to be given away with the chance of possibly with a free entry. Which it didn't seem like anything, or not
Gonzo
all
says, I
items were
find
in
it
this
strange that
situation.
there are
Again,
people trying to
given
get
that these
into
streams
West
are not
Virginia.
accessible anymore, it's hard for me to make that
I agree,
definitive claim.
Gonzo.
But based
Although
on
it's
what
much different
Dogpack
than when
is
I lived
showing,
there.
this
You
is
said
not
what?
a good look. This is not a good situation to be in. and it
Gonzo
needs
says,
to
I
be
find it
addressed
strange
by
that
the
there are
Mr.
people
Beast
trying to
team.
get
So
into
one of the
West Virginia.
allegations being made was
Oh, we wrote
apparently
that like an hour
even
ago.
the autographs
Yeah, I
that
know.
Mr.
I
Beast
just
is
saw
supposed
it.
to do for his shirts were faked. And this is a piece of evidence that Dogpack will show in this
But I
video.
got to respond,
They
Gonzo, in the
signed.
chat.
But I'd be interested to see how they worded that. If the video of this live stream ever resurfaces, I think a lot of these claims will be proven true, which Mr. Beast definitely has
So
this
when
stream
Brad
saved. He
was
saves all
dating
his footage.
Potato,
Also, using
he was
archive.org, we
using
can see what the
her
website
HBO
looked
Max.
like on the day of the stream, and while there's no mention
Yeah.
of any sweepstakes whatsoever, it
I
does say
turned it
this
on and
limited
it's
tee
still
signed
working.
by Mr. Beast and crew, but the description says it's signed by
Free
a
HBO
member of
Max,
the Mr.
everybody.
Beast crew, and it doesn't say anywhere that other members will sign MB,
We'll just blame
deceiving
it on
people into
Brad.
believing it was signed by Mr. Beast. So here's a clip of Tyler forging, or not, maybe
Yeah,
not forging,
Gonzo, when all those
using
pipelines
Mr.
opened
Beast's
in West
signature.
Virginia,
So Tyler signs
people from all over
MB,
came in
which is
because,
Mr. Beast's signature.
like my
Then he
cousin,
covers it, signs his own initials.
all he did was deliver
TC,
parts to the
smirks, looks around,
the
and then quickly
website,
slides the shirt
and
away.
he was making
Could you
$700
make it
bucks
any
a
more
day doing that.
obvious?
Now, look, I think
So that
that
people
is
are making
getting to
some
a
good
point
money.
where if you read what's on their website and you read
A lot
like,
of
this
out-of-towners.
is signed by Mr. Beast and crew, they're probably legally okay with it just because of the broadness of language that is used in their description. Obviously, it is kind of weird that he's signing, the autograph from Mr. Beast over here and then just like, sliding it over, signing, smirking at the camera. That's fucking weird. Don't get me wrong, that's a great catch on the video. But I don't think that's legally going to hold up in a court if they're taken for like fraud or something, I think. Just because of the broadness of language they used on
Well,
their
this guy,
website.
Mr. Beast, is
and
a
whatnot.
fraud.
So maybe that's actually, something that they'll be, fined from. Now, for Feastables, this is actually a Mr. Beast snack company where what they do is they primarily sell like chocolate. And while I'm not a huge fan of, like chocolate in general, I don't really care much for it. I've had the Mr. Beast Feastable bars once, and they were okay, like nothing special. I mean, they are what they are. It's a chocolate bar, okay? You can't get much wilder than that. One of the things that was brought up was the giveaways that were present in the candy. So I'm going to show you a clip, again, from Dogpack's video that delves into that.
Buy a Feastables, win 10K, buy a Feastables out of a vending machine, and the vending machine just starts spitting out money. Buy a Feastables, and it has a ticket to Disney World, whatever, right? And I don't want to put a lot of like hearsay into this video. You should just believe the receipts that I'm showing you and not what I'm saying. But I swear to God, I said to somebody at the company,
Celebrate our launch of milk chocolate and sea salt, we went out and we bought 10 Teslas, loads of cash, and all these prizes you see on the screen. And prizes aside, unlike Hershey's, these bars only have 4 to 5 ingredients and just genuinely taste good. Go to Feastables.com right now and order some chocolate. Only problem is the chocolate river is deteriorating. All the
the only place you'll find no purchase necessary is either on the Feastables Twitter account because it's a rule of the platform, and even still they try to push it. No perched neck, or hidden deep in the Feastables website under a FAQ. And to enter for free, you have to mail in separate 3" by 5" hand-addressed written index cards, up to 10 a day.
Yeah, I think kids are probably going to just beg their parents at Walmart. And again, one good point
It's
raised is
Servap,
why not
Gonzo.
just be able to enter these sweepstakes by the internet anyways, right? Through some form of internet-based verification. Obviously, the whole postcard shit is designed to make the entire process of the free entry that much more annoying. And again, when it comes to something as small as the candy bar, in price-wise, it's probably cheaper to use the paid option than the quote-unquote free option in this situation. And I think that's where the
didn't
law
see Sean
probably
Smith in
should
chat.
be catching up when it
What's up, Sean
comes to
Smith?
sweepstakes. But yeah, if you want to look at all
I don't
these
recognize
receipts in
him
a
without
more
the
in-depth
Yankee,
fashion, it's probably advisable you go over to Dogpack's
Avatar.
video and check it out. There's apparently a part 2 that's
Oh, you got a
supposed to
new
come
avatar?
out and it's supposed to get even wilder in this situation. So looking at one
least
of
on
these
YouTube,
actual
he
like
does.
sweepstake giveaways, one of them was still active, May 30th, 2020, where again you go to Feastables and there's like a 7-Eleven giveaway or some collaboration where the Feastables were giving away like a Lamborghini. And of course you can see that they've got the no purchase necessary, right? They even got like the giveaway rules right now. And of course, if you look into it, yes, the actual entry point where they say is mail in to receive 49 entries without making a purchase. Handprint your complete name, address,
Wow,
city,
what a
state,
fraud
and
this
zip
guy
code,
was.
email address on a 3x5-inch card, okay? And mail in a business size number 10 envelope.
These
with
guys
proper
made
postage
millions, man.
affixed to
I
that
mean,
entire,
serious
Michigan
money.
address. So all mail-in entries must be postmarked and received by June 5th to be considered for an entry. Each entry must be mailed separately, okay? You can't even like bundle them all together. They gotta literally make it as fucking annoying as you can imagine. Now, one of the other things that almost did get brought up in one of these giveaways was the Feastable cleanup operation, the Shelfie cleanup. Now, Mr. Beast tweeted this out. I need your help. Next time you see Feastables in Walmart, if you could clean up the presentation and make it look better, that would make me very happy. So obviously, this is something that you should probably talk to Walmart directly for, have a team in place. And I shit you not, using the
Sean?
Wayback Machine to look back at the Shelfie cleanup and the $5,000 drawing, yeah, you could actually go in and do the cleanup for you. Now, given the fact that there's a lot of children in this situation who are fans of Mr. Beast, I find it a little bit weird to basically ask your audience to clean up the bars for you. If you literally read over here, they tell you, check if the product's on the shelf. If there is, pull the boxes forward and make sure they match the tags below them. We want the next person to see that Feastable bars are the Feastable's price. Be courteous. No one likes rude people and we want Walmart to enjoy selling Feastables and our fans being a mutual customer. So now they cleaned it up, what you gotta do is take a picture before and after and send it over. So what they also do say is they only want a photo of the shelf and after. Do not submit a photo of the shelf and your face. And I'm sure a lot of that is for, COPA compliance, especially if you got like minors who are sending in potential like photographs. No company really wants that heat, especially even if they're adults, for crying out loud. Nobody wants that fucking heat. I think your fellow Arab probably said it right. People are going and punching the boxes and taking before and after pictures. I'm pretty sure that might actually be the case, to be honest. This stuff is.
It's funny.
I can see when money is on the line, things can get real wild. But again, this is just one of the things that came up, and I personally thought it was a little bit too weird to really let go. Now, of course, going back to the one point of Mr. Beast faking his possible games, one of the things that is coming up is the Mr. Beast games that are being shot in Las Vegas. So according to the casino.org, okay, Vital Vegas, yeah, because Vegas is all about that gambling shit. It's an upcoming reality competition show where 1,000 contestants will compete for a $5 million prize. Now, according to this situation, this is them working with Amazon Prime Video, okay? So at this point, it's gone beyond just online video production. We're getting into an actual broadcaster in this case, who are making real big hit TV shows like The Boys, okay? It's crazy shit. Jimmy's gone wild in his quest for, internet popularity. He's made it. He's actually gone so mainstream, it's not even funny. So allegedly, according to Vital Vegas, these are the people that are like lined up and ready for this operation, right? They're like dressing in garbage bags or something at the actual plaza in Vegas. Now, throughout this whole situation, what's apparently come out, and this is a little bit more alarming, is apparently the people that are actually competing on the show allegedly have been passing out, came with broken bones and various other injuries. Rosanna Pansino, the individual who initially called out Mr. Beast for a hide-and-seek kerfuffle, ended up coming out with apparently alleged, confirmations from the fucking people competing in the show actually sending her messages about getting injured. And apparently there's like over 5, maybe 10 people that have come out allegedly speaking to her. So read some of this. One of the actual accounts was, it was really bad. People were having seizures because they were not getting medication, even though we were promised we would. And it was 100% rigged. They presented it as though the game would be like Squid Games, basically a type of game show where all the games are an even playing field. And that was not at all the case. All the games were about speed and strength, so only the young athletic males were at an advantage over the women and elderly people that were casted. To make things worse, men started realizing that they could take out the women without being eliminated. A guy started tackling and hitting women. 2 girls were tackled and passed out on the field and dragged off to continue filming.
That's unreal.
Another account said we were given maybe 400 calories a meal and only fed every 12 hours. Food would run out and people would fight over, steal, and
This
hoard
dude
food.
fucking Mr.
Water
Beast
was
is a
scarce and kept
scumbag.
running out as well. I had to sit with a bloody pad for 2 days before I could get undergarments and my reusable pads because I'm allergic to regular pads. We were also sleep deprived, only allowed to sleep 3 to 4 hours. We all slept on the floor of the stadium in a $10 sleeping bag. Another account said they offered anyone who lost $1,000 to sign away their rights to join any kind of class action lawsuit of any kind. I didn't sign, so I did not get the money. After the article came out and things started blowing up, they called everyone back and decided to offer an additional $1,000 per person to make up for any inconveniences. Look, at the end of the day, what happened with Chris Tyson was just a wild situation on YouTube that unfortunately, will require a third-party audit to completely clear. And while Mr. Beast and the company say so, I personally never really see these third-party audits really address any key concerns. I've never really seen a third-party audit come out and go, oh fuck, shit is really wrong at our office. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. So yeah, if this Las Vegas stuff is true, this needs to be addressed. And honestly, I could see Amazon, I think Amazon needs to be discussed even more in this entire situation. Now going back to Dogpack's video, one of the people from Mr. Beast's team actually came out and wanted to debunk this stuff. And they debunked claims like, you won't get in a video unless you're family or friends with someone that works at Beast. The train track was CGI, the bus wheels are CGI. Raccoon was a paid actor, Island cost more than $1, he moved into a mansion 2 months before being in a video, the wink was added in post, revenge storyline was added in post. Not only were the results of this video completely scripted, but the contestants were also not random subscribers. I also think some of the Mr. Beast giveaways are fake, and while these things, it's cool that you address them, I think the illegal gambling stuff needs to be addressed more than any other point on that list, which is very alarming that it hasn't even been mentioned. These are some of the least egregious claims made in that video. The illegal gambling shit, especially when you got a child audience, needs to be addressed. Now, when it comes to the Mr. Beast, like Chris Tyson, like Discord messages that were leaked, one of the scariest aspects of it is the fact that potentially Mr. Beast might have unfortunately been involved in that server. So according to this one user, it doesn't matter. Basically what they said was a couple of those posts from the Discord leaks apparently referenced Jimmy in this situation. One of the users were called Mr. Beast, who shared a
All right, I'll
YouTube
see you
channel
guys tomorrow.
belonging to Daniel